emerging technologies, and sustainable growth. It brings together some of the best minds from India and abroad. I'm highly confident that the session would foster with thought-provoking ideas and insightful discussions. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards our great speakers and all the participants who have joined us today. Once again, I welcome you all to be with us today. Let me take the opportunity to now welcome the chairperson of the session, Professor P.K. Kapoor. Professor P.K. Kapoor, currently Director of Amity Center of Interdisciplinary Research at Amity University, Noida. He has been the former Dean of the Faculty of Mathematical Sciences and former head of the Department of Operational Research at University of Delhi. His vast research experience in the areas of software reliability, optimization, innovation, diffusion modeling in marketing, and multi-criteria decision making, MCM, as a tool of interdisciplinary research in the human resource development, marketing of brands, big data projects adoption, and other areas of management is phenomenally illustrated through his work with over 42 PhD and 25 MPhil scholars. He is an author of 2 books titled Software Reliability Assessment with OR Applications, Springer, UK, 2011, and Contributions to Hardware and Software Reliability, 1999, World Scientific, Singapore, and Editor-in-Chief of International Journal of Systems, Assurance Engineering and Management, USAEM, published by Springer. He has executed various research projects from UGC, DRDO, in the areas of software reliability and innovation diffusion modeling. He has been the president of the Society for Reliability Engineering, Quality and Operation Management, SREQOM, since 2000 and former president of Operational Research Society of India. He has over 350 research papers, publications in top international and national journals, proceedings of repute. He has been recently awarded with the Best Teacher in Operation Management by Bloomberg and UTV and Lifetime Achievement Award for Global Leadership and Pioneering Contributions to the field of software reliability engineering, along with an award for his dedicated contribution to the development DQM Research Center, Serbia, June 2014. Welcome you, sir.
Yeah, Professor Amin. Hello, Professor Amin.
Good morning. Professor.
I'm Professor Kapoor here. Hello, can you see me?
Yes, I can see
Hello.
you. Yes. Good morning.
Yeah. Well, we'll start in 10 minutes. Let me. Yeah, thank you. I'm pleased to welcome everybody to this conference. And the focus of the conference is, as you know, is on different facets of digital transformation, emerging technologies, and sustainable growth. And as you know, the shift of digital business has been going on for some time now. The reasons are many and varied, but one thing is clear: digital transformation is not just about technology or even profits, it's about sustainable business. It is about sustainable as a business. The digital transformation of business entails the shift in the way it operates and its relationship with its stakeholders. Sorry. Sustainability is not just about profit, but also about being able to thrive in changing times and conditions. It is about longevity and stability. Yeah, if you really look at that, digital transformation leads to technology evolution, and technology evolution in terms gives rise to what is called sustainable business. And sustainable business, as the name implies, it leads to what is called what is called resilience, resilience. So this, for that matter, this session though focused on these areas, yet I find that you can always correlate only the digital, what is digital transformation. You can directly deal with digital transformation and technologies and sustainable growth. Long back, we did a paper long back on what is called resilience. Resilience is when you can, if production or business trips, you should be able to redirect it and start all over again. So it is resilience in the person which makes this go back to the older business and so on. And let me also, I will add something about citation. That however many times your research is not set, why citation is important or not. This is for general knowledge that it is not necessary your research is cited to the extent it should. And as time passes, you find that researchers have started citing your research, and it has great impact depending on publications. So sometimes citations come a little later. So people get restless. There is a citation of your paper. I think it should not dishearten anyone. Citations may happen later. This is for my colleagues. And yeah, I will only say one thing. That's my habit, to end up to some read a anecdote. Yeah, one thing before I say that, I also, if you have seen Times of India for about a month back or 15 days, they carried out a study which finds that 21% of people are more like to read the print media rather than the digital media. That is the study given by Times of India. And lastly, I will say the research that we do is of only two types. One is that you go right deep into a problem, that is saying that you jump into the sea or you walk across the shores. It is for you to decide which course of action you take. To some, those who jump into the sea for deeper research, you find they remain there for quite long, whereas the one who is on the shores is much comfortable and doing research. Yeah. Now I invite you. I'll please invite President Ramin is here.
A big round of applause for Professor P.K. Kapoor. May I now welcome our first speaker, Professor Raman Karim. Professor Raman Karim is a PhD in Operation and Maintenance Engineering with a specialization in Industrial AI and E-Maintenance. Currently, he is head of the research team in Industrial AI and E-Maintenance and the director of the Center of Intelligent Asset Management. After obtaining his degree in computer science, Professor Karim has more than 20 years of experience in the ICT industry. His research interest includes AI-empowered analytics for nowcasting and forecasting the government industrial asset management. Professor has initiated and developed the concept of the technology platform of AI Factory, aimed for enhanced analytics in industrial asset management. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And hello, everyone. It's morning, early morning in Sweden here. So good morning. And thank you, Professor Kapoor, for inviting me to this international conference on intelligent engineering and management. It is a pleasure for me to share some of our experiences and conducted works that we have been doing in the field of industrial AI related to asset management. I will try to share my screen. Please let me know if you are able to see what I'm sharing. Is that visible for everyone? Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. But the topic of this talk is on industrial AI and how it can be utilized in the context of asset management. And I'm mainly thinking of industrial asset management and not on the consumer side. I'm not going to do a deep diving on the math and the algorithm behind application we have been developing. So if you are expecting a technology deep dive, you might be disappointed. But if there is any question on technology and the mathematics behind that, I can, of course, answer to that after the presentation. Yeah, I'm not going to introduce myself, but I have been just shortly been, as it was mentioned, a scientific advisor of a platform that we have developed at the university, which is called the AI Factory. I'm going to give a presentation of that and how that platform, that technology platform, is getting used in research and education at the university. Let's start with what is this industrial AI and how it differs from AI in general. Normally, when we talk about industrial AI, we are thinking of specific technologies or a set of technologies, AI-based technology, which are useful and is getting used in the context of industrial applications, like asset management in operation and maintenance processes, AI that can be useful in fleet management, the financial part, cost estimation, mainly for industry. Then the question is, why do we need, what is the purpose of using AI and all this industrial AI in industrial context? To our understanding is the main purpose of using AI in industry is to enable achievement of what we call operational excellence. And AI can support mainly the increased level of autonomy in the process of decision making. It can, of course, also be used for analytics and decision support. The ultimate goal of industrial AI is to providing mechanisms which are able to making decisions. The way we are using this set of technologies, AI-based technologies, is based on what we call, mentioned, a platform that we have developed called AI Factory. We started implementing this technology platform. The main purpose from the beginning was to provide us with common tools. Our researchers, PhD, senior researchers, with a common platform to share knowledge and share algorithms. So we started like end of, well, 98, 99, implementing a distributed platform for developing different kind of artifacts. Later on, we moved to, of course, with the technology development, we moved this platform. It was an in-house development platform. We moved to cloud, and we integrated edge computers and sensors to the cloud environment. And gradually, we changed the architecture of this platform toward what we call microservices. At this stage, we start talking about these packages of microservices for AI Factory. These are a number of software components which can be integrated and adapted to different industrial contexts. We started doing the first adaptation in railway for monitoring and managing both infrastructure, railway infrastructure, but also rolling stock. Later on, we moved to construction industry and start using some of these, so to say, universal components in construction. I will go to that, how we are using for in that industry. We are also have done an adaptation of the AI Factory platform in mining and recently for aviation. And this is not the civil aviation, but mainly military aviation. The thing we want to achieve is we want to change the way we are managing assets in the industry. So we think that we need to think out of the box. We need to think in a different way. We need to use different new emerging technologies for asset management. And for that, we are developing, say, intelligent mechanisms based on AI technologies to support this optimization between the system performance and the resources consumed to performing or to providing the output. If we look to the AI Factory from an analytics point of view, what we do with these tools, with this platform, is mainly in the context of two things. It is we are using the platform for knock hosting, and this is very about descriptive analytics and diagnostics. And we are also using the platform for forecasting. That is mainly the main contribution of this. So we are trying to look into the future by using AI technologies in different contexts. If we look to the platform, AI Factory platform from technology point of view, we have created a multi-space environment. By that we mean that we are integrating the digital assets with the physical assets. It is a cyber physical environment which can be used for development of what today is called like digital twins. And what we want to achieve with an enablement of this multi-space environment is mainly control and automation of three processes. Of course, maintenance process, we would like to increase the autonomy of that. We want to improve the level of autonomy in operation process. But one of the most challenging that we are experiencing and which is lacking in industry is the automation of the business process. This is much more complicated because of its characteristics, because it involves human intervention to a large extent. The conceptual model of this platform is based on like three main components. One is set of services, microservices, which are getting used for data fusion and integration. This is some kind of, so to say, pipelines for integrating data from different data sources. Also, for this part, we are using AI technologies to bring intelligence for data acquisition. Then we have knowledge extraction based from this data, and this is a set of, again, AI-based algorithm, but also a number of algorithms which are based on classic statistics, which are using data from these pipelines. And we have the third component, which is we call the face of AI. This is the representation and visualization of data generated or extracted through this algorithm. In this third component, we are also sensing the context of the environment, the operational environment, or the context of end user, and adapt the visualization of the result to a specific context. Here we are using AI for mainly 3D visualization, integration with gaming technologies, and use of augmented reality and visual reality for, so to say, information communication. If we look to the first part of this process flow, the first component, which is about data acquisition and from different data sources, we have integrated a number of sensors which could be carried by different carriers. Like you have surely seen this robot, which is developed by Boston Dynamics. We equip that with a number of different sensors, and we are using that in, like, railway for monitoring, in mines. We are using that for monitoring of assets related to a construction site, for instance. We have also integrated this what we call sensor collaborative sensor integration. So this kind of robot, walking robot, can communicate with drones to accomplish a mission. So we define a mission, and we send these different carriers to collect data. The data then it's getting post-process with different type of algorithm, and the result from that post-processing is getting visualized to the third part of the process flow that I mentioned earlier, through integration of gaming technologies and AR and VR. So in this slide, you will see how the data collected by spot, like the information about this wheel and railway infrastructure, the track that we saw in the previous slide, is getting visualized for the end user. And this is a collaborative environment. This is, I don't know if you have experienced the metaverse in gaming, but this is a metaverse for industry, for operational maintenance. So these people you can see here are actually integrating with the objects and can interact with each other without being in the same location, as long as they have an internet connection, of course. If we are looking to the middle box of this data processing, now we look to the data acquisition part and data visualization, but what is going on in the data extraction? This is a simplified process description of what we are doing in the context of railway. This is one of the projects which is focusing on condition monitoring of the catenary system. So what we have done, we have equipped in-service loco, which is collecting data. We are using laser scanning, LiDAR technology to scan the environment. We are using AI technology for segmentation and filtering of the data, because we are only interested in the catenary system. And what we want to do here is to see whether these cables are based on the wear or weather condition and so on are coming too close to each other, so it can cause a safety issue during the operation. And we are able to measure the distance between wires continuously in the real time. There are different algorithms are used for different type of processing, so for segmentation and development of this. And we have also which we think is pretty novel. We are simplifying the data processing. We are not storing all the data, but we are storing algorithm which describes the data, because if you have worked with this point cloud data, you know that it is highly dense data set and it requires lots of storage. So we are not storing data as such, but an equation which describes data sets. This is another application of industrial AI for mining industry. Here we are using almost similar technology with 3D data acquisition and monitoring. The purpose of this project is to monitor the formation in mines, underground mining. And one of the challenges here is positioning, because we want to see the formation and movement in the mines during the period of time. So that we have solved with using bolts as a positioning system. So we identify through different type of algorithm, bolt and mesh of bolts give us information, a unique footprint of where in the mine we are, and that we can use and compare with previous scan. These scans are getting done based on campaigns, so it is not continuous scanning. So we cannot monitor in that way. So it has to be, it is not feasible. We cannot continuous monitoring of the mine. Another mining project is about mobile machines for mining. In this project, we are using the same platform for monitoring the condition of various components, like the drill and the engine and batteries of mining machines. So we are integrating onboard computers with the maintenance management system and the resource or production planning system. Here we are using industrial AI to estimate if we are going to have enough capacity to perform the planned activities. This is an example of using industrial AI in construction. And the purpose of this project is supporting the site management process. And one of the main issues they have is following up whether they are following the project plan. So what we do, we are scanning the work progress, and then we use different algorithms to extract data and objects from the site and compare that with the BIM model, building information model, which has been created during the design. And we can follow up whether the building whether they are following the plan, the project plan. We also use this for monitoring of the safety aspects, whether the workplace is safe enough and follows the safety rules. Another one example of this application is that we are using. I cannot unfortunately go so much into the depth of what we are doing in this project because it is related to military aviation, but it is about the managing air vehicles on individual level, but also at fleet level. So that is one of the questions. Again, here is the overall availability of the fleet and capacity. So those were some of the examples, applications of how industrial AI can be used in the context of asset management. What we are we have been facing and trying to address in our research projects is related to some areas. I had tried to highlight some of these areas. One is related to governance when it comes to implementation of AI in industry, and this is pretty much about ownership of data and algorithm. This is highly important. This is in a multi-stakeholders environment, it is not always obvious who is owning which data. Then we have about the data democratization is also one of the things that we are trying to address in our research. How this is the aspect of availability and accessibility of data. Information assurance, safety, security, resilience of the system, but not only of the system we are supporting, but also of the AI. Sorry, was it? Okay. Another part is about the reasoning. I mean, using AI is of course we are using that for concluding, for reasoning. One of the main aspects is to enable an highly automated process for this reasoning, for AI algorithm. And for that, we are using, of course, a distributed architecture, not only for data storage of data, but also distribution of algorithms. So we are trying to execute different parts of algorithm at either at edge or on the cloud or in between at the fog level. And when we distribute, of course, then we face challenges for integration. It has to be integrated at the end of the road. So that is also and how these microservices should be orchestrated into a workflow and for a given context. Another area is related to quality, and this is not only quality of data, but quality of service. This is about model precision and model accuracy. How do we know that our AI algorithms are performing as they are expected? How we can track and trace the output? It is pretty much about explainability of the algorithm. How can our algorithm explains the way they have been processing data? Sorry, and of course, this, I think I have been using all of my time, so but might be there is any question.
Ramin, hello.
Hello.
Thank you for a wonderful lecture. But we are short of time, but I just wonder how much AI has percolated into the society. If you have to summarize one sentence, how far you think it has succeeded in entering into the day-to-day activities?
Yeah, I think AI on consumer level has come much longer compared to what we are seeing. That AI is getting utilized in industrial context. So it is much more. It is pretty limited using AI in industry so far, at least in those contexts, those industry that we have been working with.
Yeah, I thank you, Professor, for a wonderful lecture. Thanks for coming. Thank you very much.
To welcome and invite our second speaker of the day, Professor Ruchika Malhotra. Professor Ruchika Malhotra, the head of the department and professor in the Department of Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University. She served as Associate Dean in Industrial Research and Development, Delhi Technological University from August 2018 to 2022. She was awarded the prestigious Raman Fellowship for pursuing postdoctoral research in Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, USA. She received her master's and a doctorate degree in software engineering from the University School of Information Technology, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Delhi. She has received the IBM Faculty Award 2013. She has been ranked among the world's top second 2% scientists by Stanford University Report, USA. For her research in the field of artificial intelligence and image processing in 2022, 2021, and 2022. She is recipient of the Commendable Research Award in 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 by Technological Delhi University. She is the author of a book titled Empirical Research in Software Engineering, published by CRC Press, and co-author of a book on object-oriented software engineering, published by PHI Learning. She has published more than 220 research papers in the international journals and conferences. Her research interests are in software testing, improving software quality, statistical and adaptive prediction models, software metrics, and the definition and validation of software metrics. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good morning. Is my screen visible and I'm audible? Yeah. Syed, is my screen visible and I am audible? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes.
Okay, and my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, you're visible.
Okay, thank you. A very good morning to all of you. So today's the topic of my talk is software quality predictive modeling, current trends in future directions. I have already been introduced. The research team that we have at Delhi Technological University, it comprises of many people, including my research scholars, bachelor students, master students, and other people. Before starting, let me begin with what is software quality predictive modeling. Software quality predictive modeling can be defined as construction or development of model with the help of software measures and metrics with the aim for improving the quality attributes like reliability, testability, maintainability, usability, and so on. So in order to develop an efficient and effective predictor model, a classifier needs to be trained with the help of available data, historical data, experience-based data. The trained classifier can then be used to predict various attributes of future software products. So it can be used for predicting various attributes of future releases of the products. So coming on to the prediction model, we can create various software quality prediction model, including effort prediction model, maintainability prediction model, reliability prediction model, testability prediction model, change prediction model, fault prediction model, and so on. Briefly, I'll describe the research methodology, and then I'll move on to the current trends in the future direction in the area of software quality predictive modeling. So when it comes to the research methodology behind software quality and or predictive modeling, it's a 5-phase the process. First phase starts with the study definition phase. Study definition phase consists of defining the scope of the study, defining the purpose of the study, what is the motivation behind the study, and establishing the context of the study. From whose perspective is the study being conducted? From the managerial perspective, from the tester's perspective, from the developer's perspective, or from the customer's perspective. So in the first phase, we define what will be the boundaries of the study, why we are carrying out the study, what is the context of the study, and from whose perspective are we going to carry out the study. The second and the most important phase is experiment design phase. In experiment design phase, the first step is formation of research questions. In this, we consider we also do a significant literature review, where we do consider the existing work in the literature review while forming the research questions that will be addressed in the study. And there should be something new that is being added to the society, or to the academic world, or to the research community. The second step involves formulation of research hypotheses. Research hypotheses are nothing but their assumptions of the research, which are actually stated formally in the form of hypothesis. The next step involve identification of research variables. There are two types of variables: independent variable and dependent variable. Independent variables are the relationship between these variables and the outcome variable or the dependent variable is established. So the next step involves identification of research variable, maybe through expert opinion, maybe through existing literature, maybe the author's own experience from the past study can help them to identify various variables. The next step involves collection of historical data. Historical data can be collected from software repository. It can be of three types, whether it can be collected from academic softwares, it can be collected from open source software, or it can be collected from industrial softwares, which are the privately available data. So the most desirable collection you can say thing is from the industry, but due to privacy reasons, sometimes we are not able to collect data from the industry. The best option then comes is open source software, like we have Android repository, we have Apache software repository. So we can collect data from those repositories. And the next, again, a very essential step is identification of an appropriate data analysis technique. When I say data analysis technique, I mean either a statistical technique, or a machine learning technique, or evolutionary technique. So this particular step involves identification of an appropriate technique according to their algorithm, the ease with which they can be understood, or the ease with which they can be implemented, or the various factors such as normality or the assumptions of techniques that they satisfy. So based on that, an appropriate data analysis method or technique is selected. And the next step involves identification of threats to validity. These are basically the limitations of a study that are identified in the initial phase, so that they can be easily mitigated and minimized. So in order to remove these the threats, we need to identify them at the experiment design phase, and then we should form a policy, a process that can be used to minimize or mitigate these threats. The next phase involves research conduct and analysis. In this phase, basically the steps that we have identified in the previous phase, they are executed in research conduct and analysis. The first step involves collection of descriptive stats. Descriptive stats can be measures of central tendency and measures of dispersion. That varies from mean, median, mode to standard deviation, variance, quartile, and so on. So summarizing data Pre-processing data basically is known as descriptive stats. It also includes missing data analysis, outlier analysis. So the data points that lie very far away from the mean of the data, they are known as outliers. Outlier analysis also is also part of data pre-processing. After the pre-processing part is done, the number of measures we have, we need to identify the relevant and non-redundant one, and we need to perform the attribute reduction analysis. The next step involves the creation of the predictive model and validation of the model. Normally, we divide the data into two parts, testing data and training data. And based on the results obtained from the testing data, the validity of the model is established. There are various techniques for model validation, known as cross-validation techniques, hold-out technique, 10-cross validation technique, leave one out technique. So depending on the size of the data, if the size of the data is very large, we may apply hold-out technique. If the size of the data is medium, we may apply 10-cross validation technique. And if the size of the data is very, very small, 30, 40 data samples, we may apply leave one out technique. Also nowadays, in order to get a fair validation, we do inter-project validation, inter-release validation, so that we do have an idea about the validation of the model. The next step involves hypothesis testing. In hypothesis testing, the assumption that we established in the previous phase is tested in the next phase. Assumption of the research means, for example, I have made a hypothesis that software metrics such as coupling is highly related to fault proneness of the class. So based on the hypothesis or the assumptions of the research, in the next phase, we do testing where we apply statistical test, and the interpretation is done in the next phase. So the next phase is the result interpretation phase, where we interpret the results theoretically and practically. So the theoretical and practical interpretation of the results is done in the next phase. And finally, the limitation of the work are, you can say, listed. If we are not able to remove a few limitations that were identified in the experiment design, they are listed down in this phase. And the next final phase is the presentation of results. Presentation of results may vary. It depends upon your venue of publication or the venue. For example, it may be a PhD thesis for which the study is being conducted, or an MTech thesis, or a conference, or a journal, or a project. So it depends. The presentation results depend on those things. Now coming on to the application of data that is being mined from these repositories, they can be applied in predicting defects, predicting changes in the classes, predicting effort, design correction, doing change impact analysis, and pattern mining, followed by trend analysis. So these are few applications that can be applied in the area of software quality predictive modeling.
Excuse me, Dr. Ruchika.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Please wind up your session in next 2-3 minutes.
2-3 minutes. I have just started.
Yeah.
I'll try to.
Thank you.
Okay, so the current trends involves transfer learning. The transfer learning means it utilizes expertise that we have gained from one task in solving related tasks. For example, I have a software that I have developed in C++. Another one has been developed in Java. So we can create a model that captures the feature of the software that has been developed in C++ and can be applied, it can be mapped to the one in Java. So it's an upcoming area. So quickly, I'll just go through the future direction. So the first one is imbalance learning. Imbalance data analysis means if we have one category of dependent variable in majority and the other category of dependent variable is minority, it's known as imbalance learning problem. So oversampling, undersampling, these are few things, few techniques that we can apply to deal with imbalance learning in the area of software quality predictive modeling. The second application is use of hybridized techniques. So that incorporates the advantage of both machine learning and evolutionary techniques. So it leads to improvement. Machine learning learners are known as to be fast learners, whereas search-based techniques, although slow, they are known for the search process. So they can be merged to create new hybridized algorithm that can be used in the area of predictive modeling. So it may lead to improvement in drastic improvement in the predictive performance of the models, as well as the reduction in the time that is required. Other future directions include that more studies should be conducted specifically on evolutionary based techniques, where the heuristic part of the unpredictable part of these techniques can be dealt. There we need more tools in the area of search based software engineering. There should be studies that compare these techniques with the traditional ones, and in order to assess the true potential of these techniques, it should be compared with different machine learning and different search-based techniques too. Also, the results of a study are effective only if they are statistically analyzed. So a statistical test should be used for comparing the models. So majority of the studies in literature do not use any statistical test for comparative analysis. So future studies that focus on evaluating the results statistically should be conducted. Other future direction is that the data that we use, that should be made publicly available, so that our study can be repeated, can be replicated easily by the other researchers. And more studies, the actual effectiveness of a predictive model can only be evaluated using industrial data set. So more studies should be conducted using these industrial data set. In future, we can also perform, as I've already told you, cross-project validation, inter-release validation. And the studies that clearly specify the parameter values are also required, so that they can again be verified and easily replicated. The use of stable predictors, specifically if we have imbalanced data, is very essential. So these other aspects of predictive modeling that needs to be considered, apart from the one being considered right now, is comprehensibility, cost effectiveness, generalization capability, and so on. So these were the few future directions. And the threats to validity, threats should be identified, then should be clearly stated in each of the study. The proper specification of fitness function is very essential, and multi-objective fitness functions can be evaluated so that the performance of the existing models can be improved. As I've told you, the random nature of search-based techniques, so it can be dealt with performing multiple runs, at least 30. And there should be a fair comparison between techniques. That's one thing. Another future direction can be, apart from product matrix, we can also add process matrix to the predictive modeling thing. So these were few things, and automated parameter tuning is another future direction. Just-in-time defect prediction can also be added as a future direction. Another very lastly, the important thing is use of ensemble of techniques. So ensemble methods whose constituents are different machine learners, they can be used for software quality predictive modeling. So that's another upcoming area. And deep learning, as we all know, that it can be used in feature generation, feature integration, and so on. So this was what, as I have less time, so this was what I have to say. Any questions, please? Any questions if you have?
Right. Hello, Ruchika.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I have a simple question.
Yes, sir.
The research that you presented.
Yes, sir.
In the future direction, you were writing release something else. What was that about? Release.
What, sir? Not
in
able
the
to hear.
future direction. Yeah, I didn't.
Sir, just please repeat it again.
No, future direction is something relating to release problem or something.
Yeah, so that was related to inter-release prediction. So that one release can be used in model creation and other release can be used in model validation. So that we have a true idea of model validation rather than using the same data for training and validation. We can use one release for model training, and the future release, the other release, just the next one for validation of the model.
This is a voluminous work that you have presented today. I don't know, how long it took you all studying on and this.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, it's pleasure to have you always. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
See you again.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, can I leave, please?
Yes, yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. I thank all the esteemed delegates and the speakers for joining us. And now we will begin with the paper presentations. The presentations would be just three criteria: the research methodologies, the originality, and the presentation. We welcome our first presenter, Mr. Sayyed Taj. Are you present there?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Josefa. Thank you very much. So I hope everyone can hear me, and I will be sharing my screen.
Yes, please.
I do. Which place? Sayyed Taj.
So just anyone can confirm. Can you see the screen, Josefa? Can you just confirm?
Yeah. Your screen is visible. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
Sir,
okay,
I
so
would
we'll
like to
start.
request you to please present your case study and everything in just 10 minutes, please.
Yes.
Thank you so
I
much.
will try my best. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. So I am Dr. Sayyed Taj from Assistant Professor in Applied Mathematics and Science Department, National University. So I welcome all of you to this presentation. So the title is Comparative Analysis between two reliability models of a 3-unit complex industrial system. So I'll quickly go through the key points because we'll try to maintain the time. So we discussed recently we discussed two reliability models of this system. And this was a real case study where we collected the real maintenance data from the industry. And using whatever situations were shown in the real data that we tried to embed into the models. So reliability models were developed using that data. And we carried out some useful analysis using semi-Markov processes, regenerative processes, and we tried to establish the reliability indices that I will shed light later. And then we decided to carry out a comparative analysis between our results from both the models. And we compared the reliability indices, and we calculated the profits also, and we did some profit analysis, which we will be discussing. So this was helpful in estimation of cutoff points based on the revenue, cost, failure rate, and all. And this helps in deducing the suitability of one reliability model over the other one. So that was the main intention. And we have drawn some graphs through that graphical analysis. We have made some conclusions, outcomes we have observed. So we will go through that very quickly. So these are the general operating conditions. Mostly, this is a common type of operating conditions which we generally, which are common to both the models. This is a 3-unit system where all the units are operating in parallel. And of course, if it is in parallel, so if all the 3 units fail, we say that the system has failed. And corrective maintenance is carried out, of course, upon failure, after which the system or failed unit regenerates, we can say. And we have considered only one repair facility. And failure times we have assumed as exponentially distributed, and corrective maintenance times we have taken as arbitrarily distributed. So I will just shed light on the key difference between model 1 and model 2. The model 1, the main condition is that we have considered only corrective maintenance, which is performed at a first come first served basis. Whereas this is the state transition table for model 1. I think we can skip that. This shows the transitions, and we have 3 non-regenerative states also. And model 2. So the main difference between model 1 and model 2 is that in model 1, we have considered only corrective maintenance state. And in model 2, we have corrective maintenance as well as preventive maintenance, which is performed at a fixed schedule. So this was the main difference between the 2 models which we have developed. This is the state transition table for the second model, and this also has 3 non-regenerative states. So we have carried out a comparative analysis between the mean time between failure, which we obtained using both the models. Then we calculated the availability of the system. And then we have done some profit comparisons for both the models. And this has been done graphically. So I'll be going through the graphs very quickly. And I'll notify here that P1 denotes the model for, profit for model 1 and P2 for model 2. And because this project we submitted to Glasgow Caledonian University, so that all the costs and whatever profits we have calculated are in Great Britain GB pounds. Okay. So this is the outcome. This is the mean time between failures. You can see that the MTBF for model 1 is more than the second model. Similar trend we have seen in availability also. The model 1, in case of model 1, the availability is more as compared to model 2. And this is the graph of profit analysis. This P1 minus P2 we have considered. You can see that we have drawn 3 different graphs. I have taken different values of the failure rate lambda, and accordingly, whatever we have varied the revenue generated by the system, and accordingly we have discussed the P1 minus P2. So as you can see, let's take the purple one. So if you see that lambda is 0.02, so we can say the outcome can be that we are receiving or we are getting a greater value of difference of profits for a lesser value of failure rate. So, and another thing we can see that as the C0 increases, C0 is the revenue. So as the revenue increases, the difference of profits is increasing. This is one analysis which we have done. And same way, similarly, I should say, not same way. Similarly, we have done.
So you have another 1 minute to wind up the session.
Yes, I'll be done. Don't worry. And similarly, we have done a comparison between the same P1 minus P2, and we have taken different values of repairman cost as well as the cost per unit corrective maintenance. So as we can see that for lesser values of C2, again, the difference of profits is more. And same way, we can say that the difference of profits increases as the C1 increases. So outcomes we have already discussed while seeing the graphs. And the more important part is that we are able to, seeing these graphs, we are able to evaluate the cutoff points. And we can use these cutoff points to deduce that which model is better than the other model, depending on the situation which we have considered. So this is the conclusion. I'll just quickly go through. So comparison has been done, which indicates the suitability of one model over the other. And especially we are able to, through this analysis, this type of analysis, we are able to deduce the cutoff points, and the cutoff points are clear indicators of model suitability in various conditions, whatever C0 and based on C0, C1, C2, lambda we have considered. So we can see and we can deduce the model suitability using that. So the industry can decide which model will be more profitable for implementation. And of course, the failure rate plays a very important role. So that can be a deciding factor for choosing the model suitabilities. And these are the two papers which we have published, and we conducted a comparative analysis. And I hope I was able to maintain the time. Thank you very much. Any questions, please ask me. And if there is no time, I have written my email ID. Kindly send me your queries. I will be very happy to respond to that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, excuse me, all your results are theoretical, no? You have assumed the value of lambda? Have you assumed? Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear
Professor.
me? Yeah.
Yes, Professor, I'm hearing.
I was wondering, you have used theoretical value of lambda? What is the
No,
value?
Professor, Professor, for profit estimation, we have taken the real values, and for this this comparative analysis, like the profit graphs we have done, we have assumed different values of lambda. But for the profit evaluation, which we have done, we have taken the real values.
For both the models? For both
Yes,
the
sir.
models?
Yes, sir. For both the models, we took the real values and we calculated the profits.
One model is better
and those,
if you change the parameters. If you change
Professor?
them, carry out some sensitive analysis or something, that how far this model 1 is better than the 2, or 2 is better than 1. It may have it changes from time to time. Can it happen that sometimes model 1 is better than 2, or 2 is better than 1? In that case, what do you do?
Yes, Professor. Our team is working on the sensitivity analysis, which will give us a clear indicator of which parameter will impact. So, inshallah, we will do it more elaborately. That sensitive part in the sensitivity part in the coming paper. That is the plan. That is the future direction, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Moving on to the next presenter, K. Srivastava. Are you there? K. Srivastava. As he is not responding, we are moving to the next presenter. Dr. B. Sivasankari. Screen, ma'am, and you may start.
Hello. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Is my PPT audible? Is my PPT visible, sir?
Sorry, ma'am.
Professors, kindly let me know, is my PPT visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet.
Ma'am, your screen is not yet visible.
Can be recorded and get
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Dr. B. Sivashankari in AC Department, SNS College of Technology. My team members are Dr. A. Sumitra from Computer Science Engineering and Dr. Radhika from Agri, and my UG scholar Kritika. Our research title is Design Thinking Based Implementation of the State Variables and Control System of Automatic Washing Machine using Verilog HDL. So since we are the first institution to implement design thinking in our curriculum, we have implemented design thinking stages in our research. So design thinking consists of 5 stages like empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and testing. So these are all the 5 stages of design thinking. So we are here introducing in our day-to-day life, we are using washing machine. It is one of the basic needs that has reduced the efforts of human beings. We have used Verilog HDL. There are 2 languages in VLSI. One is Verilog and another one is VHDL. Verilog HDL is an user-friendly language for circuit designing, which is efficient and compact, which uses fewer lines of code.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your screen is not yet visible.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, sir. Shall I continue?
Ma'am, your screen is not visible.
Yes.
Your presentation is not visible.
Not visible.
No.
Just a minute. Presentation. Hey, எல்லாரும் இதுல இருக்கீங்க. Camera on-ல இருக்கு. Mute இருக்கு. PPT share ஆக மாட்டேங்குதா? PPT share. Is my
Yeah,
PPT
visible now. Yeah, visible now. Thank you.
So the Verilog HDL is an user-friendly language, which is very much efficient and compact for designing circuits with fewer lines of codes. The proposed system of washing machine functionality provides additional facilities for transitions between states for properly and effectively washing garments. This is our literature survey. In 2017, there was a study on steady state response of a vertical axis automatic washing machine with a hydraulic balancer using a new approach and a method for getting a smaller deflection angle. So here we used vertical axis. In 2018, later, there was a research on the washing machine design, improvement of specific consumption groups, and in 2018-19, monitoring is done by means of field programmable gate array, which we used to say FPGA, that contains various reconfigurable interconnects, which makes the blocks to be programmed. Later in 2020-22, a control algorithm for a type of washing machines with 4 operation options is presented. A control program has been synthesized and implemented with a complex programmable logic device. So The objective of our research is to enhance the present system with a few additional desirable features, making our solution superior to others. To use Verilog code for additional features that can be used to enable the washing process based on the type of washing machine. To implement the final state machines of the functionality of the washing machine based on design thinking approach. So this is our starts with empathy pod. This is our empathy pod, where in 2018 we had a drawback in vertical axis, and the most significant of which is that they use more water than horizontal axis washing machines. Vertical axis machines employ a central agitator to clean the clothing, which means that more water is needed. So in our defined part, the vertical axis washing machines also tend to use more energy than front loading machines. This is because they require more water to wash cloths, and heating up that water requires energy. As a result, vertical axis machines may be less energy efficient than front loading machines. Vertical axis washing machines typically have a smaller capacity than front loading machines. So this is our ideate for the proposed system of implementation for an automatic washing machine through Verilog hardware description language consists of state diagram that represent the different stages in the process of washing clothes. From the start of the machine to the spinning of the cloths, we have 6 steps. First, check door. It will check whether the door is open or closed. Then filling the water. Then adding detergent. Then cycle, drain water. At last, spin. So we have written a code in Verilog HDL, and we have implemented and tested with the code and got the results. Writing the Verilog code for controlling these parameters will help us to follow the best possible ways to wash the clothes and to dry them as well. So this is our proposed block diagram prototype, which consists of first step closing the door, then filling the water, checking, adding the detergent, and checking the cycle whether the water is filled and the door is open, and then drain out the water and spin. So a basic test bench is also written along with the code to observe how the code runs and the processes are taking place in the simulation. These are our tests using the code which we have checked, and we got the results. In the initial stage of the simulation itself, we have start the door, close, add, underscore detergent inputs have been turned on. Then we have filled the water, added the detergent, cycle is started, motor is on, and the clothes are washed by enabling the respective states by giving them a binary high value. Based on the different inputs given by the user, the output is also changed. As soon as all the 6 stages are completed, the done variable is finally high and it is set to be binary 1. If it is binary 0, it is in reset condition, and if it is binary 1, it is in a set state. So in our conclusion and our future scope is, thus the proposed system of washing machine functionality works with more advantages than the existing system by including additional provisions for transitions between the states of proper and efficient washing of the clothes. Still, some more functionalities can also be added with the Verilog code to enable the process of washing depending upon the type of washing machine. So these are our reference papers. Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, hello. No, I'm not able to appreciate what you have done. What exactly you are trying to say? Can you give your conclusion again? Hello?
Sir?
Where is she? She left?
Sir?
Yeah.
It's not audible, sir.
Could you tell me the conclusion again? Results of your. Anyway.
Sir, it's not audible, sir.
Dr. Hussain, are we audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You want your paper to be considered for publication? If that be so, then please explain all this. Yes, yeah, conclusion and results.
Sir, you want to explain the conclusion and the results, sir?
Did you understand me? Or we proceed?
Sir?
Sumitra, my sir is asking for the conclusion and the results. So if you can present the results and conclusion again and explain.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah, this is the older one now.
So can you hear me, sir? Hello, sir.
Ms. Balan, can you hear me? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are
Yes, sir.
audible.
Yes,
Yes,
she's
ma'am, yes.
still online.
Am I audible, madam?
Sorry?
So this is the conclusion and future scope of our paper.
Can we move to the next presentation, please?
This is the proposal system. Thus, the proposal system of washing machine functionality works with more advantages than the existing system by including additional professions. So these are all the.
Ms. Balan, you are not audible.
Yes, so young.
We are using additionally. Not audible. So with the.
Can you hear us?
Provisions in our washing machine by using Verilog HDL code, both in horizontal and vertical way. So some functionalities can also be added with Verilog code to enable the process of this washing machine depending upon the type.
Shiv Shankari, can you hear us? Dr. Shiv Shankari, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It's over.
I think we will end this session here, your session, and we will move on to the next one, which is that of Miss Uma Maheshwari. Is she there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. So
Yes,
can we
ma'am.
start
Thank
with
you,
your
ma'am.
presentation?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Dr. Shiv Shankari. If you can just remove your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. Leave the meeting.
Uma Maheshwari, you can share the presentation and then start.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. It is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I am Uma Maheshwari Rajshekharan. I am here to present on the topic of hybrid explainable SRM and LSTM architecture for irradiance, temperature, and wind speed forecasting. Before getting into the introduction, generally, fossil fuels are not environmentally friendly. Using fossil fuels has a lot of negative impacts in the environment, the carbon emissions and the greenhouse gas emissions. There are a lot of negative impacts in the environment. So we are switching to renewable. Sorry, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir? Thank you, sir. So can I proceed to present? Am I audible? Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. So we are switching to renewable energy resources. Considering renewable energy, we have alternatives like solar energy, wind energy, and even more. A lot of alternatives are there for fossil fuels. Solar energy and wind energy are two most widely spoken renewable energy alternatives in considering other energies. In case of solar energy, it actually depends upon irradiance and temperature. The production of energy using sun as a primary source depends mainly upon irradiance and temperature. In case of wind, it depends upon the wind speed as well as temperature. Like irradiance and temperature are the heavily influencing features for energy production using sun as a primary resource, and wind speed and temperature are heavily influencing features for producing energy using wind as a primary resource. In case if we say like fossil fuel, the production of energy from fossil fuels pollutes the environment. Production of energy from renewable energy depends a lot on the environment. The changes in the environment affects the production of energy using renewable energy means. Hence, weather forecasting is necessary to ensure a consistent supply of consistent production of energy. In case of forecasting, there are two types of forecasting, namely as point forecasting and interval forecasting. Point forecasting gives accurate estimates at different time steps, whereas interval forecasting also quantifies the uncertainty. For energy forecasting, more than point forecasting, interval forecasting is utilized more because any forecasting has some uncertainty. If we are able to quantify the uncertainty, we can actually, if we are able to quantify the uncertainty, we can actually derive to the extent of what
Can you just go, excuse me, can you
Yes, ma'am.
just go ahead to the objectives
Yes,
of
ma'am.
your study?
Yes, ma'am. The objective of our study is to develop a novel RNN-based hybrid architecture for point forecast of solar radiance, temperature, and wind speed. It is also to study the forecasting performance of different models with respect to different number of RNN units. We have actually made a comparison. We have actually made a study comparing different RNN units and the forecasting performance, and also to develop a simple interval forecasting algorithm for generating prediction intervals using mean absolute deviation. And it's also to generate local explanations using line and LE5 framework for analyzing the model performance. In case of explainable AI, there are two explanations, like local explanations and global explanation. Local explanation generates reason outs the model behavior around a particular instance, whereas global explanations estimates the model behavior as a whole. The data set used in the study has been taken from National Renewable Energy Database. The reason considered is Pali district of Rajasthan in India, and the collected data set has been cleaned and pre-processed to generate 22,500 records of univariate irradiance data, and 22,500 records of univariate wind speed data, and 22,500 records of multivariate temperature forecast data, with data points of temperature, wind speed, and relative humidity as independent variables for training. And the test set consists of 7,500 records. And this is our framework. So we collected the data, we pre-processed the data. The irradiance and wind speed is a univariate forecasting, whereas in case of temperature is multivariate forecasting. We pre-processed the data accordingly, and we propose 6 different model architecture, varying the number of units in the RNN layer and the nature of the RNN layer use, like simple RNN and the LSTM. We propose even hybrid architectures, and we have trained all the 6 models for 3 different forecasting features. We have derived the error metrics. We use 4 error metrics: RMSE, MEE, index of agreement, and the R2 score. Based upon the error metrics, we selected the best model. And for irradiance, we proposed a simple interval forecasting algorithm using mean absolute deviation. We have also plotted the prediction intervals for the point forecast of irradiance, quantifying the uncertainty. We have also generated the explanations using line and LE5 frameworks. These are the model architecture description of the 6 different architecture. In this study, we have compared 6 architecture. In case of SRN16, a simple RNN architecture has been proposed with 16 units as input layer, followed by 2 dense layer and an output layer. Similarly, for LSTM, SRN simple RNN layer has been replaced with LSTM layer. For SRNN8 and the LSTM8, a stack of 2 RNN layers, a hybrid model using simple RNN, 1 layer of simple RNN with 8 units, followed by LSTM layer of 8 units has been proposed. And for the rest of the models, SRNN18, LSTM16, SRN16, LSTM8, and SRN16, LSTM16, the number of units has been changed in combinations of 8, 16, 16, 8, and 16, 16. And this is our prediction interval estimation algorithm using mean absolute deviation. There are 3 parameters in this algorithm, like scaling factor, index of significance, and index of significance and ignoration index for mean absolute deviation. These are the 3 parameters for plotting the mean absolute deviation, for plotting the prediction intervals. Like the theory behind proposing these 3 parameters to start. We may not, in case of irradiance, as it is the forecasting is mainly done for energy, all the values of the irradiance may not be as necessary, may not be so much necessary to forecast the irradiance. Like if it is a nighttime means the 0 value. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Excuse me. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible? Am I audible, sir? Sir? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, ma'am, I
Just give
request you
us
to
a minute.
please wind up in another 1 minute.
So this is our prediction interval estimation algorithm using mean absolute deviation. And for generating LFA explanation, we have actually proposed an ensemble model by using the 4 best performing models,
No,
combining
just
using
1
linear
minute.
regression. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Miss Uma,
Yes, ma'am.
am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please wind up in another 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. So these are results obtained for point forecast. Based upon the results, SRN16 LSTM architecture performs well for all irradiance, temperature, and wind speed forecasting. And increasing the number of RNN units increases the model performance. These are the plots of the point forecast obtained. And for interval forecast, these are the prediction intervals plotted for the for the models that has been proposed. And X-ray explanation ratio using Lyman LE5. Figure 7 corresponds to line explanation. Based upon the figure, we can conclude that nearest time step values are so positively correlated with output value, and line explanation conforms to the theoretical assumption of seasonality. And from the LFI model, it can be concluded that the overestimating model has been actually assigned weights that contribute inversely to the prediction of the final ensemble output. And concluding, increasing the number of RNN units increases the model performance. Hybrid models scored better and comparable but not worse performance with vanilla models. Mean absolute deviation can be used as a basis to construct prediction intervals. Time preserves theoretical view of seasonality in linear model estimation, and nearest time shift values are so much correlated. These are the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Uma.
Thank you, ma'am.
Moving on to the next presenter, we have Manish Sharma. Are you present there?
Yeah, present. I hope my presentation is visible to each one of you. Kindly confirm if I am audible to each one of you. Organizers, kindly confirm. Am I audible to you, sir?
You may start, sir.
Am I audible to you, sir? If you can kindly confirm. Am I audible, sir?
Mr.
Anyone?
Manish, you may proceed.
Ma'am, am I audible? Just confirmation from your side. Am I audible to the organizers?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
I'm audible. Am I audible, sir?
You're not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So a very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Manish Sharma. The topic of my research is a systematic review of investment confidence, risk appetite, and dependent status of the women. To start with the introduction, there are many studies which were conducted worldwide to study the characteristics of women investors. Among many others, investment confidence, risk appetite, and dependent status of women were largely studied in these studies. My research article also attempts to review the literature available for understanding these three aspects: investment confidence, risk appetite, and dependent status of women investors. And the review of literature highlights how the changes in social demographics like age, income level, wealth, education, occupation, or profession, including the marital status, affects the investment confidence, risk appetite, and dependent status of women. In this study, I have taken few more variables like age, education, employment status, annual income, and nature of workplace, and how this will be affecting the dependent status, risk appetite, and investment confidence of the women. So this study concluded that the change in these demographics do affects the confidence, appetite, and dependent status of the women, which I'll be elaborating in the coming time. Talking about the research methodology, the empirical research was conducted in this study where the responses were collected with the help of the questionnaire. Initially, 76 respondents were chosen for the pilot study, according to which the questionnaire was improved. The secondary data was collected from the published report of various research articles and consultancy firms, which they have published in the related domain. Talking about the population and sample size, the population of the study consisted of women from different segments of Delhi NCR region. Respondents were in the age group of 18 and 65, those who have some income in their hand, which they can spend on investments. The sample size was 500, which was collected using the purposive sampling method, because the research design is such where I need the response of various women and from different status. So purposive sampling method was used. Talking about the objective, the first one was to identify which all factors affects the investment confidence, risk appetite, and dependent status of the women when they take the investment decisions in the family. Second, to examine whether the changes in demographics like age, education, employment status, annual income, and nature of workplace changes the investment confidence, risk appetite, and dependent status of women. Talking about the significance of the research, this will help the researchers, policymakers, and financial planning professionals in understanding the investment behavior of the women. Further, it will help you in understanding which all factors actually affects the investment confidence, appetite, and dependent status of women when they take investment decisions in the family. These are the different variables which I have identified with the help of the review of literature. So for these three constructs, investment confidence, risk appetite, and dependent status, these were the factors which I had identified through the with the help of the review of literature. These are the researches which actually support these variables which I had identified in my literature review. So a comprehensive literature review was carried out to find out all these factors. For risk appetite, these are the researches from all over the world which supports that yes, these are the factors which affect the risk appetite of the women, and these are the researches which actually support for the dependent status of the woman and how these factors are actually changing the dependent status. Now, to check the same, I conducted the research where the data from 500 respondents from the Delhi NCR region was collected. So if you see it on the screen on the left-hand side, this specific slide talks about how investment confidence changes. So on the extreme left, the age factor is shown, where if you just see as the age of the woman is increasing from less than 35 to 35 to 55 years of age, and then more than 55, the investment confidence is decreasing, which shows us that a young woman is more confident when it comes to the investment decision making in the family. And maybe with the time when the male member is there in the family, and maybe we are transferring the responsibilities on the male members, maybe their investment confidence is decreasing. On the right hand side, it shows the education, how education is changing the investment confidence. So if you just see, when the question was asked whether you feel confident while taking investment decisions, those who are up to 12th or senior secondary level, only 6% approximately, respondents responded that they feel confident. But when we talk about the graduate level, it increases from 6% to 45%. And then postgraduate and above, it is 73%. 73% women feel that they are very confident while taking the investment decision. That means the education plays a very important role in increasing the investment confidence of the women. Talking about employment status, there are two categories. One is non-working, another is working. Again, the result shows that in case of non-working women, only 15% women feel confident that they can take their own investment decisions. But when it comes to working women, or those who have retired from their professions, there 65% women were confident while taking the investment decisions. In case of annual income also, with the increase in income, you can see a clear graph where the confidence level of the woman is increasing. For below 5 lakh, or those who are not earning anything, only 27% women feel they are very confident while taking the investment decisions. Whereas for the income group of 5 to 10 lakh, it is 71% women who feels that they are confident while taking the investment decisions. And when the income reaches more than 10 lakh, it is approximately around 79%. Talking about the nature of workplace. Now, this added variable is again very important. So it is not only the income education or the opportunity to work in the workplace, but the nature of workplace is also important. Say for example, if a woman is working in banking industry, or she's a CA, maybe the investment decision making in the family will be more, and the investment confidence will also be on a very higher side. So those who are working in finance related industry, there the confidence was more than 95%, whereas those who are working in the non-finance related industry, there the confidence was only 47%. Talking about the risk appetite, again, the same factors I have taken. So with the increase in age, the risk appetite is reducing. And with the increase in education level, the risk appetite of the woman is increasing. So for identifying the risk appetite, the question was asked whether they have the risky assets in their portfolio. So it is about their behavior, whether they are investing in equities or products related to the equities, which are more risky in nature. Similarly, if you see the employment status, those who are non-working, they are investing less in the risky assets, more in the non-risky assets, whereas those who are working. So some significant differences are there, where 48% of the women are investing in the equity shares or equity related products. Talking about the annual income also, if you just see with the increase in income, their exposure towards the equity or the risky assets are increasing. Again, coming back to the nature of workplace, those who are working in finance related industries, they are investing in more risky assets. The reason would be they are more comfortable in finance related terms, and they know about these investment options. Whereas those who are working in non-finance related industries, the risk appetite or their exposure towards the risky assets are only 28%. The third important is dependent status. Now, if you just see the age, with the increase in age, again, the woman is becoming more dependent on their husband and the other counterparts, or maybe any other member in the family. The reason being because they are more, maybe responsible for the activities which are related to their home task management, and the male members are taking a lead in taking the investment decision. Maybe because of that reason, with the increase in age, when they are sharing the responsibility, this shift is happening. When talking about education, with the increase in education, again, their dependency is reducing. As I told you earlier also, when a woman is more educated, when they are graduate or postgraduate, they have more exposure towards the finance. They are self-planning for their taxation part as well. So their dependence on the husband or any other male member or other female member in the family is reducing. Talking about the employment status, again, those who are working, they are less dependent on their husband or any other member in the family. Whereas if they are non-working, their dependence is more when it comes to the investment decision. Talking about
Excuse me,
annual,
sir.
yes.
Sir, I request you to please mind.
Yeah, I'm completing. So talking about the annual income, with the increase in annual income, their dependent status is reducing just because they have more money in their hand. Now they have more freedom, so they can invest freely, and maybe they have more say in their investment decision making. Coming to the nature of workplace, again, those who are in finance related industry, they are less dependent on their on others, whereas those who are working in non-finance related industries, they are more dependent. So the conclusion of the study is, with the change in demographics, especially the age, education, employment status, annual income, and nature of workplace, it also changes the investment confidence, risk appetite, and dependent status of the women. So this was my research. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I will be very happy to answer. These are the references which I have used in my literature, which are more than 15 number. So any question, if you may have, please ask. I'll be happy to answer.
Yes, Manish.
Yes,
I want to first ask you, your research paper is based on descriptive statistics.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Describe, and you've given the result of all the questions that you have put to your sample group. What is the hypothesis here? Did you develop a hypothesis for the research paper? Have you tested anything? Or is it just a description of what exists and what you have gathered from your questionnaire?
Ma'am, this specific research paper is only explaining the descriptive part. The hypothesis will come in the future, because this topic I have taken from my PhD work, and I am working on that. So hypothesis would be whether, with the changes in these demographic variables, whether the role of women is actually changing or not, or whether the
so it's not there in this paper, right?
No, not in this paper, ma'am. So this paper actually
one more thing.
Yes,
one more thing I want to point out is this study has been done by many people. And in fact, you have even shown it in your literature review. If you go back to the slide where you have mentioned the literature, you see so many people have taken the same criteria. How is your paper different from whatever studies that were done?
Okay, so ma'am, in most of the researches, they have generalized women. They have not taken these factors separately, especially when we talk about Indian context. In US and Western markets,
you will get all this data. Please search. I think you haven't read properly, because there is a lot.
No, I do have, ma'am. I do have those researches in presentation. I may not have mentioned all the research because a comprehensive literature review I have done. So in Indian context, also in Western countries also, say for example, just see the last line which says the age of the woman can also affect the level of confidence among women investors, where women under 40 were found generally to be more confident, which is again shown by my results as well, risk tolerant than older women. So similarly, all the research I have gathered in my research paper, which may not be shown in this presentation right now, but yes, I have highlighted only the two studies which supports my research, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
But if you see the research papers, there the entire studies are there.
Okay,
more than 50 researches I have
my
taken.
side. Yeah. Yes, Manish, one last question from my side is, how have you defined investment confidence? How is that word investment confidence defined by you?
Okay, so when I say investment confidence, so when a woman is searching for the investment, how much confident they are about the various sources from there where they can search about
I want to know that word confidence.
Sorry, ma'am. Okay, so the point is, ma'am, while taking a investment decision, whether you are confident or not, whether the results or whether the action taken by you is right or not. So if I am not consulting any other person, I am very confident in taking the investment decision. So I have asked a straight away question.
Manish, you are not audible.
Sorry. Hello. Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Okay, thank you, Manish.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Now we will move to another session, another person, Vandana Sharma. Do we have Vandana Sharma?
Moving on to the next presenter. We have Mr. Rajasekharan. Are you present? Mr. Vandana and Ankit, are you present?
Yes, I am sharing my PPT.
Moving on to the next presenter, we have Mr. Mukesh Manda. Are you present?
Yes, am I audible? Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, I'm sharing. Is my PPT visible?
Mr. Nandra, put it on the slides.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, all and one present over here. Myself, Anurag Sinha. I am here to present my research paper on federated learning inspired classifier with extribute tools. Yes, sir. I'm not able to listen. So my presentation title is Federated Learning Inspired with XGBoost tool classifier for YouTube spam content detections. So this is the outline of my presentations, which I will be going through outline throughout my presentations. So now coming to the basic objective behind and the motivation behind choosing this particular research arena is that the first motivation is that whatever the state of the art that has been developed in the area of spam detections using natural language processing techniques or other conventional supervised technique does not enables the large scale framework or the multiple phase framework to detect the different kinds of unstructured kind of text from this spam, whether it is a Twitter spam, YouTube spam, or whether it is a any social media platforms. So the decision behind approving or designing the federated learning based classifier, which utilizes the distributed approach to train the machine learning model to the multiple data sources. We have also used XGBoost based classifier tuner to tune the hyperparameters in the initial searching phase for the data pre-processing. And we have also evaluated our model on the several statistical parameters to better generalize our proposed model to the all the plethora of the data sets which is available throughout on the repositories of the spam detections. Okay. So now coming to the basic introduction. The basic introduction, as we know that the YouTube is one of the popular video sharing platforms which the millions of the user is using. So detecting the spam, which can be very beneficial in terms of, the finding the impacts of the user experience and the harm the reputations, harm the malicious, target intentional, which is a negative intention towards the user or any particular person who is using the platform. So in this paper, we propose a novel federated learning inspired framework called, which we called as an abbreviated form of our proposed model, which is FLXGBTC, that is inspired by XGBoost algorithm, which has shown the strong performance of the classification.
Dr. Vikramjit, please move on to the objectives and your research methods.
So rapidly, I'm coming to the motivations and contributions. So the main contributions of this proposed framework is to contribute the research field by demonstrating the effectiveness of classifier that is inspired from the mixture of the hybrid model of the federated voting classifier and the sections which is developed from the federated learning for the multi-classic classification task. The second is that we are providing the privacy previousing model that can be tested on the several social media platforms. And we are also proposing a novel pre-processing techniques using gradient boosting for pre-processing the preliminary search methods for the unstructured, labeled or unlabeled text structure data. So the data set which we are using is publicly available on the Kaggle repository, which contains the 5,000 instances of the English. More in the future directions, we are trying to test on particular model for the, spam content of the text, which is generated from the different other linguistics, such as Bengali or Santhali or Hindi. And this is one of the future directions that we are approaching. And this is our proposed architectures of our proposed model, in which, however, ensemble-based, federated learning-based classifier, which works on the multi-tenants, multi-scalable classifying on the multiple source of uses. So now I'm just giving an insight that how actually our proposed model works. So initially, the model is trained on the decentralized manner, in which we have bifurcated our learning phase into 3 parts, where the initial parts inculcates the pre-processing, second, the searching of the pre-processing and tuning the hyperparameters, and in the third part itself, we are training our model in the conventional classifiers. Then its output is merged and combined in the in the framework of map producing framework, we can say, and then it is giving to the input to the next model, which is federated learning based classifier. So it is a 2-phase based hybrid model for classifying and detecting the YouTube spam. This is the entire block diagram of our model, that how we are pre-processing and bifurcating our data into training and testing for the pre-processing and the feature engineering, and how we are combining the 2 phases into the submerged phases. And then we are running the NLP part, which is vector processing and the classification and the federated learning. So now, briefly, I'm just here to describe our result and analysis. So this is the initial, we have splitted our data into the sampling and populations. So few of the training data, we have run some data visualizations and exploratory data analysis to visualize the attributes of our data sets. And these are the simulation results of our federated learning based ensemble method, which have been simulated over the MATLAB programming framework, which confidently outperform all the conventional methods, which is, the conventional random forest or the conventional
Just enough.
Stick regression or this is the confusion matrix of our totally predicted false positive and non-negative false positive instances of the model. And this is the comparative analysis that we have done on the basis of quantitative and qualitative parameters with other state-of-the-art methods. And our parameters comprises from the model complexity and all the complexity which is related to the time constraints and data structures of the modeling, training time, and how the model is being executed but training the left. So in future direction, I just want to add on that the spam detection data is not uniform, it's very discrete in nature. So now in the terms of quantum computing, we have the flexibility to optimize the various classifier using meta regression or quantum-based machine learning techniques, in which we can optimize our classifier to perform better in terms of accurate decentralized classification, and blockchain-based submerged model can also be merged this ML family. So with this, I conclude my presentation, and those are the references which I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You may please stop sharing your screen. Can Mr. Mukesh Kumar Gupta? Mr. Mukesh, are you present? Mr. Mukesh Kumar Gupta. You are requested to please share your screen. Please turn on your mic, sir.
Is the screen visible?
Yeah, the screen is visible.
Afternoon to all. My topic of my paper is the role of organizational information processing in determining the organizational performance in the context of deregularized state-owned enterprises in energy sector. The background is the organizational performance measurement has always remained a academic research in the context of state-owned enterprises, and presently the state in which the deregulation is going on. And energy sector has always been an essential and
Mukesh,
yeah.
please turn on the camera. Switch on your camera. Okay. And please talk about your objectives and research.
Okay, ma'am. My PhD is on this deregulation and performance of state enterprises. So this is a paper in which I am adding a dimension of performance with respect to organization information process areas. So this focus area has come because the state-owned enterprises have been transformed from the earlier culture of a hierarchical organization where secrecy was meant to this transparency, and where the board was taking decisions based on the earlier objective of state-owned enterprises of stabilizing the market prices, the giving employment generation. Now, over a period of time, the economy and the industry has changed, and that's why the structure of SOEs, state-owned enterprises, have undergone a lot of change. So the objective, actually, this is one of the paper which is based on the literature review and questionnaire. And there is no hypothesis here, but that will be a part of my PhD. So objectives which I have identified is the dimensions of organization information processing in the context of deregularized Indian state-owned enterprises, the relationship between organization information processing and the performance of SOEs energy subsectors, to explore the role of information processing in organizational institutional change and transformation, and to identify the challenges and suggest measures for improving organizational information processing. I think this slide I can skip. This is the slide. So traditionally there has been for two approaches. Blackwell's contribution was there's an information and it has got some intrinsic value, which is first explored, and this is a key for corporate decision making. Then there is another thinking by Galbraith. The organizational information processing needs capabilities, and the fit is required to achieve the optimal level of organizational performance. So this diagram will make it slightly more clear. The understanding the contours of information view in the terms of organizations. There are low uncertainty features and high uncertainty, which impacts the reduction in information processing needs or the information increase in capacity. There have been a study by Hajar et al. In which he has given two kind of frameworks. One is mechanistic structure, in which there's a control-oriented IT, and then he has said a dynamic complex organic structure, where it is a coordination-oriented IT. There's another study by Quinn and Rohrbach, which states there are four frameworks: flexibility, discretion, and internal and external focus and differentiation. And these are normally human relations model, open systems model, internal process model, and rational goals model. Recently, there have been literature, the four literatures. I've quoted these observations. The first one by Drago and Rita. The study explored the relationship between organization, IT-derived dynamic capabilities, strategic behavior, and organizational performance. Second one is the study across which 269 managers in telecommunication, which revealed the significant impact of big data, AI, and business intelligence on firm real-time. The third one is research based on relationship between digital transformation and organizational performance. Actually, right now, my paper is not completed. I have done extensive literature review. I have formulated a questionnaire in which we have circulated to more than 200 people, 500 people. 100 responses I have received so far. So I'm saying that. So literature review, and then I have used this Likert scales, and this based on the full available of responses. We'll be doing the statistical techniques. The observation journals may and the anticipated outcomes are these. So this will be done maybe within, I'm trying to complete this by 10th of June so that I can formally give paper.
Mukesh ji, can you please tell me what is your contribution in this paper? Originality. What is the originality in this paper?
Madam, what I have given is only the literature review part. Madam, I have made a
There can be Mukesh ji, there can be a few analysis, maybe thematic analysis, maybe bibliometric analysis. Have you used any one of them?
In this paper, no, ma'am. This paper is still under 5 months. I have just made started this paper around 15 days back only. So I could not.
Okay, Mukesh ji, you have written down that you have used Likert scale, right?
I will be using that. I have given the questionnaire.
You will be using.
Yeah, I've given a questionnaire with the 5 options. So
have you prepared your questionnaire?
500 people, I have received around 100 responses so far.
So have you made your questionnaire?
Yeah, ma'am, we have subscribed.
Okay, so you must have created some model before making the questionnaire. So can you show us the model?
Madam, model actually earlier model which we were planning was only for financial and non-financial parameters, which is main topic of my research. So this as an additional thing, yeah, how this organization information processing has been added recently. So I have not developed a model so far for this.
But Mukesh ji, I wonder, without developing the model, how come you have collected the responses?
Madam, the responses were for my original topic was deregulation and performance of state enterprise for my thesis. So in this, there are a few questions for which are specific for this information processing.
Thank you, Mukesh.
If any queries are there, madam, this can be mailed on this. Questions are there.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now we are going to move to the next session.
And Professor Rashmi Malhotra. Let me introduce Professor Seema Sahai. Professor Seema Sahai, professor in IT and operation at Amity International. She is a PhD in management and has a journey of 26 years in academic and consistently striving to create a challenging and engaging environment. She has to her credit publications in reputed national and international 2 years, and she has 5 copyrights to her credit and 1 patent in process. She has been organizing the Women Leadership Summit during at AIBS for the last 5 years. Let me now take the opportunity to introduce Amity International Business School, Amity University, Noida. She received her PhD from the Faculty of Delhi in Human Resource Management. She is a management graduate and holds a degree in labor management. In HR analytics from XLRI Jamshedpur. She has been teaching in management students. She has presented several papers at national and international conferences in India. She has several research publications in reviewed journals, including those listed in ABDC. She has been a faculty member for several training workshops for both private IIT Delhi and XLRI Jamshedpur. She is an active member of British University of Industrial Relations, Indian Society of Applied Behavioral Science. She is an accredited certificate coach from International Coaching Federation and takes a deep interest in developing people. I now take the opportunity to welcome and invite Professor Anuji Agrawal. As a professor in the Department for Operational Research, University of Delhi. She obtained her PhD degree in Operational Research from the University of Delhi in 2007. She has published several papers in software reliability, hardware reliability, and marketing management. Her research modeling and optimization in software reliability, innovation diffusion modeling, and soft computing technique. Over to you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, Amity University and Professor Kapoor sir, for giving me the opportunity to be the part of this conference and having me here and share my research with all of you. So should I share my screen? I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Is the screen visible? Is my PPT visible to all of you? I hope the PPT is visible.
Ma'am, you're not properly audible.
I'm not audible.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear everyone else.
Yeah, now it's better.
Okay, so
It's better. It's better, ma'am.
okay. So
You may start.
okay, thank you so much. So today I'm going to talk about the role of customer reviews in the online market. So it's basically about what people are sharing on the internet or the online marketplaces and how it is affecting others with respect to their buying decisions or their perception about some product. So to start this, I will go a little bit, I'll provide a little bit background, like the basic theory behind the entire development, and that started with the Rogers theory of diffusion of innovation. And in 1962, Everett Rogers, he talked about diffusion of innovation. Innovation means something new. It can be an idea, it can be a new service, it can be a new product or new message. Okay, and then he talked about that how in a social system people will become aware about an innovation through certain channels over time. And he talked about, basically he said there are 4 elements of of the diffusion process, and those 4 elements are: first, there has to be an innovation, means first there has to be something new which has hit the market. It can be any new idea, new service, or new product. Then there has to be a social system. Social system means a system, a group of people, a group of organizations, a group of business firms which are connected to each other. And then how that information about the innovation will spread among the members of the social system through the different type of communication channels, These communication channels can be in the form of, advertisements over the external media, like advertisements on the TV, radio, newspapers, or nowadays the internet as well. Or the communication can be through the interpersonal, channels, like one person who is aware about the product is sharing his knowledge with the other person, and or one organization is getting to know about a new product through the other organizations. So and these are the internal communication channels, and whereas the advertisements on the mass media, they act as the external communication channels. And then obviously the diffusion takes place with time, because it takes time for the information to spread. So this is what was the theory of the Rogers. In that theory, the key, when something new comes into the market, how people are becoming aware about it. First role, the initial role is played by the advertisements or by the external media, but the major role is played by the interpersonal communication channels. Interpersonal communication channels means what people are talking to each other about a product, and from there, this word comes into the picture, word of mouth. Word of mouth means how people through the interpersonal communication are getting to know about something new. Okay, if we talk about the history of word of mouth, then it is as old as the history of the human civilization, because since the human have come into the existence, the innovations have come into the existence, and people have come to know about those innovations through interpersonal communication channels only, because in the earlier times there was no mass media. Now in the in today's age, we are living in the age of social media, where internet has completely changed the way the businesses are being conducted, and how the people are interacting. So it's more in the virtual world. So how the word of mouth has shaped, how it has evolved in the age of social media, that people are sharing their experiences over the internet, and other people are seeing those comments. And so in this age of social media, the word of mouth, which existed in the society even in the ancient times, now in this age of social media, it has taken the form of customer review. This is what is exactly what we are going to discuss today. So because of the technological advances, as the people are sharing their experiences online, so what we meant by electronic word of mouth or customer reviews, they are basically the negative or positive statements made by the existing users, by the previous users, or by the prospects customers or the users with respect to a product, with respect to a service, or I say with respect to an innovation, and making it available over the internet so that others can see it. So that is exactly what are the online customer reviews, or this is exactly what is known as electronic word of mouth. Now, the question comes, where we see these customer reviews, where can we find these online reviews? So we can, find online reviews on the e-commerce sites like Amazon.com, or on the directory sites like Yelp.com, or on the, OTA platforms like TripAdvisor.com, or on social media like Facebook, Twitter. And then there are other forms of online reviews as well, like what people are writing about a product through their blogs, personal blogs, or through their business blogs, or what they are posting on their social media accounts, like through WhatsApp, through Facebook, or through Twitter. This is a, some sample. I have taken the screenshots of certain reviews which are available. This is a, review available at the Amazon.com. And this is exactly what a review look like. Uh, mm, and this is a sample review which I had taken from the TripAdvisor, where people are sharing the photographs of a hotel. They are sharing some textual comments about, that hotel, or the people are even giving the ratings to their services with respect to their food, with respect to the cleanliness, or with respect to their staff. And this is another review which is available on the Zomato. It's a food online food ordering site, and where people are again sharing the photographs and some textual comments about the quality of the food. Now the question comes, why people, why people write reviews? Like people are writing their comments on Amazon.com or on Zomato or on TripAdvisor.com. Why people, write it? The primary reasons are that, when people want to share their experience, the experience can be bad, the experience can be good. So when they are happy, they want to share their happiness by the comments, writing comments. Okay, or when they are really disappointed, even then they want to share their experience by writing, certain comments over the internet. And then there are certain people who are experts in, they understand the technology, and they want to share their expertise, and they want to do some critical analysis of a technology based product so that others people can understand the product better. So that way also, people write, for that purpose also people write reviews. Okay, and many times, reviews are written when people want some change in a product or a service. To share their ideas, they write the reviews. So the am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the screen visible to all of you?
No.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
I was on this. So I was talking about, like, people are writing reviews, but what role it is playing in the online markets. For that, I have compiled certain data, which was, which was provided in certain business reports or marketing research firm reports, and which says that, around 90% of the people or consumers, they read online reviews before visiting a business or before visiting a store. Okay, around 88% of the consumers, they, trust online reviews as much as the personal recommendations, like they find them trustworthy. Okay, they rely on, whatever the people have shared online. Around 88% of the people who are reading those reviews, they rely on those feedbacks. And it has been also reported in the literature that if a business is getting excellent reviews, then people tend to spend more. And around, the statistics which has been presented, that people are likely to spend around 30% more if a business has got excellent reviews. And then another statistics, it says that around more than 70% people say that if a business has got positive reviews, then they tend to trust it more. So this is our, certain statistics which have been reported in the literature, and which shows that the importance of the reviews with respect to the businesses. And there are furthermore certain statistics which says, that around 86% people will hesitate to buy, okay, from a business which has got the negative reviews. Okay, and around 92% of the users, they will visit a local store if it has got at least 4-star ratings. Okay, so these are the statistics which show that, that the powerful impact these reviews are making on the decision of the readers of those reviews. Now, I'll talk about their positive impacts and then I'll talk about their negative impacts. So first we'll talk about how the reviews, they are positively impacting the businesses. Okay, obviously if a business attracts positive reviews, then there are higher chances that people will spend more while visiting those businesses. And then there are higher chances that people will visit those places. And it automatically, because if a business has got positive reviews, more people will tend to visit that store. People are likely to spend more on that store. So obviously what is leading to, it's leading to increase in the revenue of the businesses. And then because others are writing positively about the business, then the trust of the people in that business is also increased. So this is how the reviews, if a business is attracting, a store is attracting positive reviews, how it is impacting the behavior of the other customers. But yes, it happens that many times people write negative about also on the businesses. If obviously if a business is attracting negative reviews, then obviously it is hampering, it is impacting their prestige, it is their profitability, and as well as the trust of the people in that store or the business. Okay, it has been reported in the literature that a single negative review can drive away means will repel around 22% of the customers. Okay, and around 3 negative reviews can drive up to 49% of the customers, means the prospective customers. So it's a business loss. And it has been further noted. Okay, it's not just about the positive and the negative reviews. It has been further reported in the literature that if a business has got no reviews, then that there are less chances that people will visit that, people would like to buy from there. Like if we have talked about the positive impacts, like if people are writing positive about a business, people are talking negative about the business. But even if people are not writing about a business, that negatively impacts the business only, because then people think that because the number of reviews are somehow considered to be a measure of popularity of that place. Okay, if a hotel has got 500 reviews and another hotel has got 1,000 reviews, then it is usually considered that a hotel which has got 1,000 reviews is more popular among the masses. Okay, so the other people, they have higher chances of visiting that hotel. So now now if we compare the positive and the negative impact, then it's not that just negative. If people are writing negative about a business, then it's only creating problem for that business house. But somehow that gives also an opportunity for that business to understand their weaknesses, to understand where they need to work upon their services, and how they can improve their products, their services, or their systems. Okay, so negative reviews are just not acting in a negative way for the business. It also provide them the opportunity to understand what people are not liking about their business, so that they can improve it. Okay, now as we said, people are writing the reviews, others are reading it, and depending upon the content of the reviews, it may impact the business positively, it may impact the business negatively. So it means there are certain characteristics of the reviews which really make difference to the readers. And if we talk about the important characteristics of these reviews, then the important characteristics which have been discussed, they are like with respect to the first characteristic is the review volume. Review volume means the number of reviews written for that business. If we're talking about, say, a hotel, then review volume is the number of reviews written for the hotel over a period of time. Review ratings, like how much ratings people have given to that hotel. Usually, there is a provision that people can rate a service or a product on a, on a 5-point scale, 1 to 5, where 1 being least satisfied and 5 means highly satisfied, means extremely happy, 5, and 1 means least happy or dissatisfied with the product. Okay, then there is the review length. Review length is the number of characters or the number of words in that textual piece, and basically that also represents, that usually it has been seen that a good length of reviews usually are considered to be more trustworthy, and because they will have a lot of information in that, and
Excuse me, ma'am.
that will help other peoples to form their
Excuse
opinion
me,
about the
ma'am.
product. Mhm. Am I
I'm
audible?
here requested to please mind that.
Pardon, please.
Please wind your presentation.
I want me to wind up the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I was talking about the main characteristics of the online reviews, and those are like review volumes, review ratings, review length, review sentiment. Sentiment means the kind of emotion expressed by the reviews. Okay. Review sentiment is usually measured using natural language processing techniques, machine learning techniques. The sentiment can be positive, sentiment can be negative. And then review readability. Readability is the amount of effort required or the level of education required to comprehend a review. So basically it has been observed that more difficult a review is to understand, less impactful it will be for the others. Okay, and then comes a review helpfulness. Review helpfulness is again a rating, but this time this is a rating which is given to a review by the readers. Okay, if more people are finding a review helpful, then it is considered that it will be more impactful for future readers as well. So this is the description. I have explained that. Now, as I said, if we talk about the reviews, that first is how it impacts the customers. Obviously, it impacts their buying decisions. It helps them to understand the quality of the product. It also helps them to, take the actions to decide whether to buy the product, not to buy the product, book the hotel, not to book the hotel, and attitude formation, positive attitude or negative attitude towards a service or a product. Now, if we talk from the marketer's perspective, then from the marketer's perspective, online review help them first to understand, how they are doing well, because if people are writing positive about it, and through the negative reviews, they come to know where they are lagging behind, what are their work areas, what are their improvement areas. So both ways, it's a like a two-way communication. The reviews are also acting as a two-way communication. Okay, for the users, for the readers, it is providing them the information about the product, and for the marketer, they are getting the information for their strengths, for their weaknesses, for the opportunities for them, and for their challenges as well. So I included few case studies in my PPT, like, which were actual data based, but as I think my time is over. So should I stop here only? Where, I have taken just one only. This case study has been done with respect to the mobile phone data taken from Amazon.com, and it showed that how the different parameters, first is the price, which is available online. Then there are other parameters which are related to the reviews. They are the volume, the ratings, the length, the sentiment, and the readability, how it is impacting the sales of the mobile phones. This was a case study, And for the data we had taken from the Amazon, to understand the role, we built the econometric regression-based models. And it was the log linear regression models, which were incremental in nature. And this was the data, the descriptive statistics with respect to data, what we had taken. It was based upon more than 55,000, reviews. And these were the ones we run the model, and these are the, the results which showed, that how the different characteristics are impacting the sales. I think I should wind up here. There were more, but I think there is a constraint on time. So thank you so much again for listening me and for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any questions? I am available.
Any questions? Seema, ma'am, any questions? Seema, ma'am, any questions?
I have no questions, but I want to thank you for giving such important insights into online, review of sales of certain products. There's so many new things that we have learned. And thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anu. Thank you. It's me here.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Anu.
you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir.
I wish I could offer you tea.
Thank you so much. So it's good to see you online.
So when you we will definitely offer you tea.
Yeah, I'm looking
your
forward to that. I am looking forward to that. Thank you. I'll looking forward to that.
Now, I would like to call upon our first presenter, Mr. Ramendra Verma. Present here.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are requested to please share your screen.
Sure, ma'am. I'm doing that. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, and sir, for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. Before I start, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Ramendra Verma, and I'm working with Grant Thornton as a government sector head. I have been working in consulting throughout this period of 25 years, and have been working in various projects as consultant focusing on digital and IT. During this period, I have covered various departments, but I saw in the last 4-5 years, the artificial intelligence is being used by the government where there are revenue leakages, basically the tax department, and it has not progressed in the areas of social welfare schemes. And hence, this was an apt topic for me when I started the journey of the PhD program. And hence, this topic is there. Now, if we look at the social welfare schemes in India, currently we are spending around 17 lakh crores. Now, out of this, there are various estimates. There is a lot of leakage. It is going to people who are not deserving. It is going to people who are, maybe in different circumstances. It is going to them. And for all these schemes, the government asks them to provide various documents, which is, it may be caste certificate, income certificate, nativity certificate, age certificate, and all these data or information is with the government, maybe in different servers, maybe in different places, But it becomes very cumbersome for a citizen to get these papers and apply for the schemes. If you look at the problems being faced, first of all, the right person does not know that I'm eligible for this particular social welfare scheme. He's not literate, maybe living in on a platform and so on. So he's not literate enough to be aware about the scheme. From the government side, he's also not, the government official is not aware about the potential scheme a citizen is eligible for. So the problem lies on both sides. The citizen has to travel to the government office for any process. There is the possibility of rent seeking by the government officials. On the other side, the time spent is very low adding activity, collation of papers, whether it is there, tick mark, and moving to the next desk. Citizen has to collect a lot of papers, as in certificates, form, etc., which are not so beneficiary oriented. And on the consequent side, the government officials has to also manage large amount of paper, and there's a manual movement. So there is a lot of duplication of effort, and there is a lack of transparency. So the idea, it's a very apt solution for the use of artificial intelligence to get into the database and reach out to the right beneficiary in a proactive manner rather than in a reactive manner. I looked at the research being done in this particular area on identifying what are the actual inhibitors or challenges for the government to use artificial intelligence in this system. Very little research has been done. The most relevant one which I could locate through the intensive search was in a study carried out by 2018, and he could also get 14 papers, and this is the only study which was very relevant. So the methodology, this is a systematic literature review paper which I had done. So the first step was formulating the research objective. The second was selection of the relevant keywords which are consistent with the objective of the paper, and having a very clear-cut criteria to include or exclude the paper. Then the third was identifying the relevant indexing databases and locating the study. And then after locating those studies, how do we analyze and synthesize the findings from a long list of papers? How do you get to the right paper? And then talk about the reporting and making use of the results. And obviously discuss the relevance of the identified barriers in the use case of social welfare schemes by the government. So this is the end objective of the paper. So objective of the research is we are addressing only point number 1 here. This is the topic for my PhD thesis, the objective. So the first one is to identify and explore factors affecting use of AI in the providing government services in India, specifically in the social welfare scheme. The paper, the keywords which were selected were AI or artificial intelligence and public governance or government or public sector or public service in the title field, and Web of Science Focus or Google Scholar were looked at, and this paper should have been written in English and match the objective of the paper as mentioned. Other papers were rejected. So if you look at the Prisma flow chart, the search result yielded 476 papers, out of which Scopus 151, Web of Science 84, and Google Scholar 241. There were 149 duplicates which were identified. The articles were, after minusing that, we ended up with 327 papers. Then we focused on the high level objective and the abstract of the papers and excluded 260 records. So then thereafter, there were 67 papers which were left, in which a detailed review was done, and basis that 32 papers were eliminated. So ultimately, there were 35 papers which were done full review, and the final analysis was done. These are 35 papers. I will not spend time on that. Thereafter, we look at various models which exist in the technology space. So there are 3 models which are existing, which is diffusion on innovation theory developed by Ian Rogers in 1962, which basically talks about the rate at which the new ideas and technologies spread. The second one was technology acceptance model developed by Fred Davis in 1986 that talks about users will experience the use of technology through ease of use and they are more inclined to use technology. So you'll find many technologies which came before, but the one which came with the best ease of use got accepted. So that was his prima facie theory. And the third one was technology organization and environment framework. This was developed in 1990 by Tornadsky and Fisher. And it evaluates these three parameters, TOE, and this is very popular in this space. But when I looked at my objective, it was possibly a combination of quite a few. So I have proposed a 5-dimensional model for technology acceptance, which talks about the individual is at the center, and then you have technology ecosystems, and I can explain what that means. The second one is organizational issues. The third one is technology-related issues, and the fourth one is social environment issues. This is apart from the individual. So what I try to do is identify these 35 papers and identify which are the major and trying to categorize them under these 5 broad buckets. And under these buckets, we identified there were around 37 issues which were social environment issues. There were 23 issues which can be categorized under the organization issue, and technology related issues were 10, technology ecosystem issues were 6, and individual related issues were 5. So if you look at the social issues, I think a lot of it, and you would be hearing also in the newspapers right now, that the Google AI had quit, etc., on the ethical norm. So the social norms and attitude towards adoption of AI in the government is a major challenge. There's a political participation in the society has to happen. There is, fear and opposition to the use of AI, which is among the people. So there are various things which are related to social. I'm not going through all of them, but there are many things where the society itself may not be ready for the acceptance of artificial intelligence because whatever it recommends, there are issues in terms of ownership and accountability of the people taking those decisions. The second one is the privacy, security, and surveillance under the social environmental issue, where there are challenges of maintaining human privacy. There is no regulation currently on the anonymization of data. Right now, you have a lot of Data Privacy Act, GDPR, etc., which are there, but AI sits on top of data. And when it is sitting on top of data, then it requires quite a bit of data which is there, which we may not be comfortable in sharing. So how do you anonymize the data so that the artificial intelligence is also it is used, leveraged to its fullest without diluting the data privacy issues. There are issues around cyber attacks, there are national security threats from foreign-owned companies collecting sensible data. So all those things are something which comes under privacy, security, and surveillance. The ethical and safety is one thing which has been talked about the most, while the number is just 4. But this is something which is there, and there have been lots of experiments there. How AI is, sort of seen as being biased towards particular communities and so on. Then the political, administrative, and regularity issues. As I said, there is no governance or regulatory framework which allows the use of AI. The accountability and ownership of decisions are issues. IPR, copyright infringement is there, as you're aware. AI, right now the flavor is ChatGPT. If you look at, it takes the data from various sources which may have certain IPR and copyright issues. Then there is social ecosystem readiness, where people are really aware about, or they are ready to accept the artificial intelligence. So these are some of the issues which are there coming under social environment issues. The second one is organizational issues, which have been categorized. So organizational and managerial resources. That's a very important one within the organization itself. There are data resources which are managed in different places, different computing systems, different human expertise. The artificial intelligence sits on top of all of them. while the expertise is in an organization sits in various functions, etc. Which creates an issue because then everybody's fiefdoms goes away. So suddenly the AI comes and takes away the powers from various departments. Uh, there is different ways in which the data is being managed by the different functions, and there's the workforce substitution which can happen. So these are some of the managerial and organization related issues. The top management support is obviously a challenge where the commitment from the top management and the in terms of financial and the business process reengineering. That's also from the top management. There is
Excuse me, sir.
yes, ma'am. Hello.
Sir, I request you to please wind up your session.
Sure. Then there's technology ecosystem issue, which is technology constraints, implementation related constraints, data management, and then the technology ecosystem related issues. For example, the ecosystem should be mature enough. So, for example, now you have Aadhaar or know your customer. So those data sets should be there, and quality data should be there because AI gives you only what is the data which is provided for. So finally, the technology ecosystem issues are there. With this, I'll try to wind up. So it's a from here onwards, I want to take this research forward in identifying the relationship between the various parameters and how it is going to impact. And then I would be taking it up with the various government authorities and see how we can use social welfare AI in the social welfare schemes. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you so much, Dr. Verma. I think it was a very well-framed paper. What I wanted to know was, you have taken articles from Scopus and Web of Science. Could you just give the time frame of those papers as to when they were published?
Ma'am, they were published in the last 5 years.
Okay, because the models which you mentioned earlier, like the technology acceptance model and the other model, they are now, we consider them very old and outdated. Of course, you said that you have used a newer model to
Absolutely.
evaluate that.
So these were old models, ma'am, which are still being used in various research papers.
In a modified way.
Yes, but as I said, it did not. Any of them did not meet the purpose of my research, so I discarded. The idea was that I did, make efforts to use some of those models, but none of them were fitting in, so I had to create my own model.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions?
So Verma, good work. Would you please tell me that what methodology you have used to analyze these barriers? You have identified so many barriers. So what methodology you have used?
Ma'am, as I said, I identified these some of the models. When they were not fitting in, I tried to develop my own model and then used it.
Okay. Okay, so you have developed theoretical contribution. What theoretical contribution you have taken?
Ask him to leave the PPT of the paper, if it is possible.
Sorry, sir.
Is it possible, Professor Kapoor?
I will share. I'll share this paper.
Can you share the PPT so that we
yes.
can comment when we publish the paper in our book? Let us. We can have it. I can review it because I also work to some extent in this area sometimes.
Great, sir. I'll email the presentation right after this.
Yeah, ma'am. Please make sure. Sai ma'am, yeah, kaun hai?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please have a PPT of this paper.
Sure, sir. I'll take it.
Oh, Anu ka bhi like.
I can mail at ICIEM the email from where I received the
Yeah,
information.
Raghavendra ji, you can email me and I will give it to sir. No problem.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Nazia Hassan.
Yes, good afternoon to one and all present here. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Is my present visible? Hello?
As of now, it's not visible.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
Shall I start, ma'am? Hello?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Nazia Hassan. I am a research scholar in Amity College of Commerce and Finance. First of all, I would like to thank you to all of you for giving me this opportunity to be a part of ICIM 2023. The title of my paper is Evaluating the Mediating Effect of Financial Literacy Between FinTech Adoption in Microfinance Services. My co-authors are Dr. Shwetananda, Associate Professor, Amity International Business School, Dr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal, Associate Professor, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Moradabad, and Mr. Sumit Devnath, Assistant Professor, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Moradabad. Before going deep into the paper, first I would like to give a brief information about the key variables included in my title, that is microfinance, fintech, and financial literacy. Microfinance refers to the financial services provided to low-income individuals or groups who are typically excluded from traditional banking.
Please move to
Yes,
your objectives and research
yes,
methodology.
okay. This is my objectives of study. This study aims to understand the mediating effect of financial literacy on fintech adoption in microfinance services. The paper has also thrown light on how fintech adoption, financial literacy, and microfinance services are related to each other. As we know, microfinance services is providing the basic financial services to the unbanked people of the society. And with the inclusion of fintech in a microfinance sector, the digital inclusion has really scaled up. And with that, the need of financial literacy has also scaled up. As higher level of financial literacy are needed to use fintech, improved access to financial services effectively, and avoid mis-selling, frauds like phishing, hack attacks, unauthorized use of data, discriminatory treatment, and behavioral problem like excessive borrowing. Therefore, the importance of financial literacy in fintech adoption and microfinance services cannot be ignored, and that is the reason why I have included this financial literacy in studying the mediating effect between the fintech adoption and microfinance services. This is the theoretical framework and hypothesis development. There are 4 hypotheses which I have framed. First, I'll show you. This is my hypothesis research model, and on the basis of this research model, I have framed 4 hypotheses. There is a significant and positive relationship between fintech adoption and microfinance services by urban borrowers. There is a significant and positive relationship between fintech adoption and financial literacy of urban borrowers availing microfinance services. Third hypothesis is there is a significant and positive relationship between financial literacy and microfinance services availed by urban borrowers. Fourth hypothesis is there is a significant and positive relationship between fintech adoption, financial literacy, and microfinance services availed by urban borrowers. This is my hypothesized research model where it is explaining the mediating effect of financial literacy between fintech adoption and microfinance services. This is a research design. A semi-structured questionnaire was used to gather data for studies cross-sectional research design. The cross-sectional research design was chosen because it allowed for the collection of significant of amount of data in brief amount of time. To determine the mediating role of financial literacy in relationship between fintech adoption and microfinance, quantitative data was collected from the sample of 231 borrowers of microfinance from various categories of microfinance institutions, which are divided into NBFCs, small finance banks, and public sector banks in India. This is a brief introduction about the population and sample size. The study for the population consisted of poor living in urban areas in India. I have chosen urban area as because when we think about microfinance, we are just restricted to rural areas, but there are more number of poor people residing in urban area, as more than 25% of Indians live in urban poverty. 81 millions of make than federal poverty level. Rural poverty continues to be higher than urban poverty, but as urbanization is growing on a very large scale, so we are expecting that more than 30 or 40% poor people will be residing in urban area. A stratified random sampling technique was used to select the survey respondents. The beneficiaries from microfinance in urban areas were the study's participants. The participants were selected using stratified sampling to obtain the most information possible. Now, first of all, for mediating effect, it is very much necessary we should study the mediating effect between two variables to determine the mediating role of financial literacy in relationship between fintech adoption and microfinance services of poor people living in urban area. The same bootstrap approach through MOS was adopted for this study. First, there must be a relationship between independent and dependent variable. Second, there must be a link between the mediator and the dependent variable. Third, the independent and mediator variable should be linked. Finally, there should be a relationship between the independent, mediator, and dependent variables. The findings reveals that all three constructs, fintech adoption, financial literacy, and microfinance services, generated satisfactory factor loadings that were greater than here at all recommended minimum cutoff standardized regression of 0.7. The results showed that model fit statistics for this construct measure between the model and the observed data were excellent. Next is findings. There were the major findings. MFIs can prove complementary financial and non-financial products and services that would not have been able to provide otherwise. MFIs can improve large innovative technology products and delivery channels by leveraging markets where mobile services are widely used. MFIs can integrate mobile banking into their business process or act as a mobile provider's agent. To the extent that technology can lower fixed costs, increase the scalability and flexibility of the model, economic margins are likely to increase and close cash flow should rise, which will have a positive impact on sustainability and potential outreach. These are the certain implications of the study. Financial literacy advocates and managers of microfinance institutions in urban areas should make use of existing local structures such as community and urban poor. Indeed, financial literacy programs for the urban poor living in cities and slums areas can be delivered by organizing workshops, seminars, and business clinics. We basically look for the assumption that, and we believe that urban area people are more prone to technology and education rather than rural people. So and there are ways where easy ways are there in the society which can be which can be looked upon to give a good financial literacy programs to urban poor. Financial literacy modules could be delivered through the distribution of leaflets, handouts, and manuals to group members using training sessions. Self-regulatory organization, here we are talking about self-regulatory organization in microfinance sector like Sadhan and my MFIN in the microfinance industry can also act as a facilitator for players technological adoption. Although technological adoption has significant benefits, SROs can create a regulatory environment for microfinance institutions by bringing together MFIs can develop common technological best practices and code of conduct that can provide application program, and RBI can also suggest that self-regulatory organization implement initiatives to foster collaboration, foster partnership, and drive innovation. Future scope and limitation of the study says in my findings I have found out there is a direct path between fintech adoption and microfinance services is found to be significant. So there is a scope for including more variables in the
Nazia,
indirect path with
can you hear
fintech
me?
adoption. Yes, yes, ma'am.
You have to wind up now. You don't have any time left. So if you can wind up in
Just
1
ma'am,
minute.
I'm on the last slide.
Yeah.
Additionally, this study only included data, and there is a more scope for the study because my study only include data from households residing in urban area, but we can also include households who are residing in rural area. And in future study, I have recommended that rural area population cannot be explored for this study. Thank you.
Azia, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. How did you decide the sample size?
Sorry?
How did you decide the sample size? On what basis?
Sample size.
Right.
Sample size basically I'm not recalling it right now. Because I have done it with my co-authors. But I have done this basically sample from urban area in Uttar Pradesh has been included, and it has lot of segmentation for poor people, like categorizing demographic variable.
There are methods we use in order to decide sample size. Any method you have used?
There is a formula for sample size. Yeah.
Even the softwares are available.
Okay. No, I am not recalling it right now. I have.
No worries. Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry. Okay, thank you.
You must add it in your thesis when you do the thesis. You can just
Yes,
add
ma'am.
it.
I'll take the suggestion. Yes, thank you so much, ma'am,
And
for giving.
one more suggestion is when you give the results of the hypothesis, no, you should have a table also, which
Yes, ma'am.
tells you the result of each hypothesis. I don't know whether you've done it in the paper,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
in
I
the
have done it.
presentation it was not there. Maybe it was there in the paper. It's just a
Oh,
suggestion.
yes, ma'am. I'll keep the suggestion. Thank you so much for your suggestion.
Nadia, I also have one question. You
Yes,
have
ma'am.
only chosen one dependent and independent variable, very few.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is so less? Because there are so many studies which have been done related to this particular topic. So
Yes,
what
ma'am.
exactly is your contribution, which is, different from others?
Ma'am, because basically people have done study in financial literacy, they have done study in microfinance services, but very few studies are there which are based on the borrowers residing in urban area. Because people living in urban area are very different from people living in rural area. So what I have tried is that I have done the basic research gap lies in the fact that urban borrowers are more prone to technologies and more prone to understanding the basic concepts of financial products and services rather than rural poor. So this is what I have gone.
So do you
This is
think that only one variable is actually impacting your dependent variable? That's what I
um
wanted to know.
Ma'am, there can be many variables which can be included. Your means financial literacy in itself is a very deep concept which I have studied on the basis of financial knowledge, financial attitude, financial behavior, financial institutional frameworks. So it is not, it is seems to be a very basic study, but in itself it carries a lot of sub variables in it, which I have studied in this paper.
So this is my suggestion that you should include actually more independent variables to find out the outcome.
Okay, ma'am, I'll definitely include. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your suggestions. Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is Ms. Nandita Goyal.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm sharing my presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Ma'am, is the presentation visible to you?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, let me share it again. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nandita Goyal, and I'm working as an assistant professor in Ajay Kumar Garg Engineering College, Ghaziabad. So the topic of my presentation is Smart Irrigation System for Farmers. The authors for this paper are Dr. Shivani Agrawal Gupta and Dr. Gaurav Agrawal along with me. The contents that I'll be covering during the presentation include the introduction, requirements of project, literature survey, comparative analysis of existing works, the proposed approach in the paper, implementation and results. Then I'll conclude the paper along with future plans and references. Introduction, as we already know that in most of the countries, the outdoor water use alone, that is where we are just using the water for plants and irrigation purpose alone, it takes more than 9 billion gallons per day. So there is as much as 50% of the water is wasted in overwatering, which is caused mainly due to the inefficiencies in the traditional irrigation systems and methods.
Nandita, move to your objectives and contribution, please.
Okay, ma'am. So coming to the objective part, the major objective of the paper is to provide a smart irrigation system through the system which can sense the requirement for water and irrigation and the irrigation can be automated. So for this, we had developed a prototype for the smart, as well as we had even tried to include various factors because of which there are problems in the existing system. Ma'am, should I cover the literature survey part?
No, it's not required. Move ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So the important aspects that have been focused in the research work are the types of soils that exist, then the soil moisture level. Now, if we talk about our country, there are a number of the crops can be divided into a number of categories, and depending upon the crop type, there is a need of water which differs from one crop to another. Then another aspect which we have tried to consider is the field type. That whether the field is symmetrical or it is asymmetrical. So depending upon that, again, the type of irrigation which is required and the number of sensors which we have used in the system will be different. Then how to take care of the field, like if there is anything like weeding or grass which is part of the plantation whenever it is done. And then even we have tried to perform a cost analysis for the approach that we have proposed. So coming to the study on the types of soils and their moisture levels, we have after doing this study using the moisture meter that is used for calculating the moisture levels in the soil. So the soil type can be defined into 3 categories. One is the fine one, which is clay, then medium, loamy, and coarse sandy. So now coming to the need of irrigation, if the moisture level is between 80 to 100%, then there is no need of irrigation. Irrigation needs to be applied if the moisture level goes between 60 to 80. And if it is dangerously low, we can categorize it as dangerously low if it's below 60. Same way, if we talk about the medium soil type, that is loamy, in this case, no irrigation is required if the soil moisture is in the range 88 to 100. Then irrigation is required when it goes to 70 to 88, and below 70 it is again dangerously low level. Same way, we have categorized this for sandy soil, that is no irrigation is required if it is between 90 to 100. Irrigation needs to be applied if the value goes between 80 to 90, and if it's below 80, then it is dangerously low level. Then we had tried to define the crops which already exist in our country, that is the crops are divided as per the reason, as per the season. So the crops in India are basically divided into 3 categories, that is Rabi, Kharif, and Zaid. So based on this, these are all the crops which are there in these categories. So for our project, we have focused on these majorly 4 crops, that is rice, wheat, jute, and sugarcane. So rice can be categorized as Rabi as well as Kharif, and wheat as Rabi, jute as Zaid, and sugarcane as Kharif and Rabi. Now these are the soil requirements for this type of crop which we had done, that what are the basic temperature requirements, how much rainfall is required, what is the soil type which is being used for these crops. And same way, we have categorized for wheat crop and jute crop, and the last one is sugarcane. So for these 4 crops, we have analyzed the soil types and temperature requirements. Then coming to the field requirements, it again plays an important role, that the field should be, if the field is symmetrical and field doesn't contain weeds, then it is lesser number of sensors can be used to detect the moisture level, because in this case, if there are unnecessary grasses, then they are going to reduce the moisture content. One of the more important requirements, that the field should be made free from these disruptive weeds, so that since we are trying to reduce the cost of the overall implementation of the project, so this is one of the important aspects to be addressed. Then the major expenses goes to the sensors in this part. So to have less number of sensors or more number of sensors, this depends upon 3 categories, that is soil texture. If the soil textures are heterogeneous, that is there is a high variation among the soil textures, then the number of sensors required to detect this moisture content will be more. And if we have homogeneous fields, that is there are fewer variations among the soil textures, then in that case a fewer sensors can be applied. So whenever we are planning to implement a smart irrigation system, this factor is to be taken into consideration. Then crop density, if the crop density is higher, then more sensors will be required. If crop density is less, comparatively less sensors will be required. Field type, if we have distinct sides, then more sensors will be required. And if we have accurate or equal sides, each side is almost equal, then in that case the number of sensors required will be less. So the cost analysis was done after taking into account all these factors. So if we talk about this, so the total cost which came out deciding that what hardware are exactly required, the cost came out to be around 10,000 to 15,000, because if we check the number of sensors required when all these factors are considered, it is in between 15 to 20 moisture sensors are required per acres of land to monitor the soil moistures. So taking these factors, this cost was analyzed and it came out to be around 10,000 to 15,000.
Nandita,
Yes, ma'am.
will you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, please move to the discussion slide or conclusion slide.
Okay. The proposed smart irrigation system is which is implemented is feasible and cost effective. The irrigation system allows cultivation. The irrigation system allows cultivation in places with water with scarcity, thereby improving the sustainability. The smart irrigation system developed proves that the use of water can be diminished for a given amount of fresh biomass production. The use of solar power in this irrigation system is pertinent and significantly important for organic crops and other agricultural products. The system is incredibly versatile and economical. It doesn't need individuals on duty, so it is comparatively easy and reliable.
Good presentation, Nandita. I have a question. Did
Yes,
you
ma'am.
make this model or you have tested on some software?
Ma'am, actually, we had implemented this model on a smaller system. What we had done, we had taken the pots with different types of soil and having different moistures, and then we had taken a single sensor to detect the moisture level. And as soon as the moisture level dropped, we had done the programming using Arduino, and we have connected it with microcontroller. So as soon as the moisture dropped, so it gave a signal on it gave a SMS on the phone that you need to switch on your motor. So we had implemented a small prototype that is working for a single you can say flower pot type of thing, but on actual agricultural land we have not implemented it yet.
So one more question I have. How your system is different from AI-enabled system? Because you must be aware that AI is also recognizing nowadays what is the level of water which
Yes,
is
ma'am.
required by the soil. So how your system is different?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, ma'am, when we are applying AI, so that system can be mostly used by the people who are actually computer literate, because it is comparatively difficult for a farmer who is not computer literate to use that system. And in our system, what we are trying to do, we have used sensors and we have directly connected it with a mobile phone, or we can use any app through which a farmer can execute it. Although we still have a challenge that most of the farmers working in such areas where they don't even know how to operate a application. So that is again a challenge for us, that we have to make the people literate at that level that they can operate it. So AI is comparatively a difficult version, although it can be used by people who actually know the applications.
Any other question by any other panelists? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presenter is Ms. Akansha Verma.
Good afternoon to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Is the screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. My presentation is on the topic visual acuity test optomy by using Trembling E-chart, astigmatic chart, and Ishihara chart with minimum error estimation by using supervised learning. So, as we all know that visual acuity testing is an essential aspect of eye examination, and accurate results are critical for proper diagnosis and treatment. And however, traditional methods that can be proven error and inaccurate, leading to misdiagnosis and inefficient treatment. Therefore, we added a machine learning model for getting a like more accurate result. Our testing method utilizes basically three different charts. First is the Trumling E chart, astigmatic chart, and Ishihara chart. The Trumling E chart is used for test of visual acuity, while the astigmatic chart is used for diagnose the astigmatism. And the third is the Ishihara chart that is used to diagnose the color vision deficiency. Now, the question in your mind will be that how it is different from today's eye testing websites. So the answer is that we included and experimented the ML with the dev. What the set of our testing method apart from the traditional method is the incorporation of the supervised learning from minimum error estimation. This means that the test is designed to learn from previous results and adjusts itself according and leading to more accurate and reliable result. We conducted a study to evaluate the effectiveness of our testing method and the result were promising. Like our method
Akanksha, excuse me, Akanksha,
Yes,
can you
ma'am.
just go ahead to the objectives and then tell us what you did, how you did the analysis and conclusion?
Okay, sure, ma'am. So basically, we read so many other research papers, and we get to know that how actually the testing process takes place. We visited the hospitals also, and we checked how actually the Snellen chart are placed, how the patients are placed at a distance, and all. And then we get to know that these processes are what basically the process are taken places. So the methodology was that the Trumling E chart is the chart that displays the E letter on the various orientation, and the patient is required to identify the direction of E. This chart is used to test for the visual acuity, which is the measurement of the sharpness of vision, and the astigmatic chart is used to test the like blurry and the refractive error of the eyes. And the third is like Ishihara chart for the color blindness people. They have to find some pattern or a number in between the colors. For the accuracy purpose, we basically replace the Snellen chart that is still using in the hospital with the Trumling E chart because it gives more accurate result rather than the Snellen chart.
Slide is showing the literature review.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Akanksha, please talk about your methodology.
Okay. So we followed Trumling E chart, and we actually calculate the accurate value by using a log MR value. Log MR value is give more accurate result than the Snellen value. The log MR value basically measure all the little like minor orientation of the E that is present in the chart or like the website which we have created, and it examine that and give the result accordingly. So this is the workflow diagram of our website which we have created. The user have to visit the website. There have the three main features like myopia testing, astigmatism, and color blindness. When the user will visit to the myopia testing, they will get a link of the software they have to download on their own system. Once the software will get downloaded, they will find the instruction that they have to follow, like you have to sit for 3 meter distance, then your camera will be on, and then the Trumling E chart will appear on your screen. Then by following that instructions, you will mark the direction like where the E is actually oriented, and accordingly that your left and right eyes separately will be tested and you will get the result. Then you have to fill the form which is also present in our website. You have to fill that log MR value of the left and the right eyes, and you will download that report and get to the near hospital if you want to further clarify that. The second and the third one is astigmatism testing and color blindness testing. These two basically depends while doing these on online mode. The basic problem is that your screen must be like full of brightness, because it may be possible that if the image which is appearing on the screen is not well, so it will affect the accuracy. So once the brightness of the screen is done, you will have to sit at a proper distance, and then the further testing process will take place and you will get the result. And similarly in the color blindness, The methodology diagram I'll want to explain is that first we calculated the previous data from the hospitals that the doctors have examined the patient who are suffering from the myopia and astigmatism and color blindness. We collected that data sets, and then we also ourselves generated some data because we are presenting that offline mode to the online mode. So the things which we are applying, like the heavy devices, which we are trying to replace that heavy devices to the online.
Presentation.
Sorry.
You are requested to hand the presentation.
Ma'am, I can hear you. Please, can you please repeat this?
Please wind up your session.
Okay, ma'am. So we trained our model, and then the trained model with the data sets and our user input get compared, and then the predicted output is resulted on the screen. The formula which we use for the calculation of the log MR value is this one, which you can see on the screen. This is the result which will be displayed on the website. Once you will check your result, this is the result. The application, you can, like, for vision test online mode, so you can test anywhere, like you don't have to go to hospital for a distance a while. And there can be also possibility that the further research can also be done on this topic. The future scope is that we can add more AI model integration to get a more accurate result. The website which we have created, we are also hoping that we'll implement in mobile application also. And there are so many fields for eye testing like cataract, presbyopia, which are still to be researched. So we are trying to do that things also. So thank you. Now I am open for a question. Hello, ma'am.
Question. So no questions from my side. I think your paper was very good. Can you tell us how far practically this can be implemented, the model which you have given?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we have tested in one hospital till now for checking the accuracy, actually, because in health case, the most important thing is accuracy. Many people will suffer myopia of different powers. So this is very critical to, like, train our model to be accurate, because every person have different power, different like your iris flexibility, your lens flexibility depends on the power also. So we tested. That's why we implemented the ML model. It predicts the previous value also. It compare it. Then the data set we implemented and we added on it. It compare and then it gives the result. So I'm not telling about that it's 100% accurate, because it takes time. The model takes times to, like, recognize and then give the results accurate, but it is 30% accurate. The result is now near to 30% accurate to the result that in the hospital that are checking right now.
Okay, good, thank you. Anybody else wants to ask? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presenter is Ms. Shilpa Agrawal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Is my paper visible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Today, I, Shilpa Agarwal, got a golden opportunity to present my paper in this prestigious conference. The title of my paper presentation is Analysis of Customer Experience and Loyalty Using Digital Payment Loyalty Model, a PLSM approach. I have done this under the supervision of Dr. Priyanka Malik and Dr. Shalini Gautam. So the entire world and the business are experiencing a digital revolution via the internet and wireless technologies. This technology revolution is changing the banking industry, including how.
Shilpa, please go ahead. Please go ahead with the objectives and your model, and then the research method that you have applied.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, basically, after reviewing my literature review, I searched for two gaps. First, analyzing customer loyalty through enhancing customer experience, particularly towards digital payment services provided by banks. And second, measuring customer experience by incorporating the ISSM model and the SOR framework. So on the basis of these gaps, I have framed three objectives. First, just a second. To determine the impact that digital application and quality attributes have on customer experience, to examine whether customer loyalty is impacted by customer experience towards digital payment services provided by banks in India. Third, to validate an integrated model, namely the digital payment loyalty model, DPLM, that incorporates ISSM model and SOR model in the context of bank customers in India. On the basis of these, yes.
If you can just briefly tell me about the ISSM and SOR model, just 2 lines.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, while reviewing the literature, it was found that the previous studies were based on TAM, Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology, ICIEM model, ISSM model, Theory of Reasoned Action. So among these models, ISSM is one of the prominent models which analyze the hypothesis relation among information quality, system quality, and service quality. This is because system quality, information quality, and service quality are essentially the three criteria used to evaluate the quality of information system. Although the ISSM model was used to examine customer e-satisfaction and continued intention to use digital interface, but the impact of these quality attributes to measure customer experience on their loyalty towards digital payment in banks has not yet been investigated. So I have taken this ISSM model. Another well-established framework, SOR, Stimulus Organism Research Response Framework, was used to identify predictors in enhancing customers' overall experience towards digital banking in the past studies. The SOR model asserts that the different environmental attributes serve as stimuli, affect the mental condition of the person and driving them to react behaviorally. Stimulus refers to the external environment element that can affect an organism cognitive and mental states. So ma'am, on the basis of this, I have incorporated these two models. Should I proceed now? So this is my research model. I have taken information quality, system quality, service quality, convenience, trust, and social influence to measure digital payment customer experience, and finally, how this digital payment customer experience enhance customer loyalty. My research methodology is a structured questionnaire was utilized as a survey tool. The responses were evaluated using 5-point Likert scale, with strongly agree being the highest score and strongly disagree being the lowest score. The structured questionnaire was carefully pre-tested using face validity, content validity, and a pilot study. The questionnaire was distributed to 315 respondents, and for final review, 258 valid responses were taken. The study employs the partial least square structure equation modeling to interpret and analyze the data. So ma'am, a partial least square structure PLS 3.2.7 was used to test the conceptual model of the current study. The reliability and validity of the measurement model are first evaluated, and then the structure model is evaluated using the hypothesis testing. So ma'am, the scale reliability is indicated by Cronbach alpha test values, which range from 0 to 1. A Cronbach alpha value of 0.7 or higher is considered ideal for the reliability. And ma'am, in all my construct, the value is above 0.7. And the composite reliability and average variance extracted were also examined, and the cutoff values were 0.7 and 0.5 respectively. The HTMT analysis is displayed to measure the discriminant validity. The recommended value was less than 0.9. And the R square values showed that the customer loyalty and experience with digital payment had a values of 72.6% and 61.4% respectively. The R square value showed that the dependent construct had good interpretive strength. Now the hypothesis testing shows that the information quality has a significant impact on customer experience with a p-value of 3.037 and a p-value of 0.003. System quality has a significant impact on customer experience with a t-statistics of 2.415 and a p-value of 0.016. Service quality has a significant impact. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you please elaborate how did you measure those independent variables, especially the convenience variable?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you measure the convenience variable you've shown in your model?
Should I go to my model?
Can you go back to the model?
Yes. Is it visible, ma'am?
No, this is not the model, it's still the statistic. I'm just asking about the variables. How did you measure it? Have you used validated scales, or how did you frame the questions?
Ma'am, questions has been framed.
So you framed or you use a validated scale?
Ma'am, a validated scale has been used to frame the questions.
If you have used validated scale,
yes, ma'am,
then you must know the name of the author who has developed the scale for convenience.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, this I have mentioned in the literature review that from where I have taken this. Should I?
Yeah, for the convenience variable, I'm curious to know.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, these are the papers from where the literature review and questions has been taken for all the constructs.
So you have borrowed some of the questions from the one of the studies. Like
Yes, ma'am.
There
are questions on online shopping. There are questions on internet banking. So I have taken. Yes, ma'am.
I'm saying that there are many authors' name written in front of convenience scale. My question is very simple: whether there is a validated scale from one particular author, or you borrow some of the questions from different scales. What do you do?
Different scale, ma'am, from different scale.
Pardon?
From different scale I have taken. I'm from different authors. Like,
okay, you borrowed the items from different scales.
Yes, ma'am. Should I proceed, ma'am?
But when we borrow the items from different scales, we need to again check the validity, reliability, and then again we need to go for factor analysis.
Yes,
we can't simply say that it is a validated scale, because you borrowed different items from different scales.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have mentioned it in detail in my research paper. There I have also written the details of where I have taken these scales, since it is a part of my thesis also.
Fine.
So, ma'am, I conclude that the customer experience is significantly impacted by the information quality, system quality and service quality related to digital payment in banks. This means that as the perception of customer about information system and service quality increases, customer experience toward digital payment also increases. Convenience has a significant impact on customer experience towards digital payment in banks. This means that good convenience provides customers with a good service experience. Therefore, providing the convenience of services to customers is an important factor in improving their experiences. Trust is found to have a significant impact on customer experience. This means that the customers' trust in digital payment help banks to attract and retain them. Social influence is significantly impacted by customer experience towards digital payments in banks. Customers' decision to adopt new technology are significantly influenced by the opinion of those around them. Customers may adopt new technology if their friends, family, and co-workers strongly recommend it. In addition, the results of the study show that customer experience that was enhanced by the above attributes have a significant impact on customer loyalty. This means that
Shilpa,
Yes, ma'am.
can you hear me? Please talk. Do you have managerial implication as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please mention that in a second.
Yes, ma'am.
In a minute. Hurry
The
up.
study's theoretical implication extend ISSM and SOR model to enhance technology-based financial services by connecting ISSM and SOR with the idea of how customer experience affect customer loyalty. It closes the gap in the literature. Additionally, by addressing ISSM and SOR attributes in explaining how customer experience results in customer loyalty, the study evaluates customer experience from a wider perspective. Finally, to provide an assessment to customer experience and customer loyalty in banks, the research developed and applies extensive integrated model based on ISSM and SOR. It reflects the insight that will help practitioner understand how to improve customer experience when conducting transaction through a digital interface and developing a strategy that assists bank in retaining customers over the long term. Ma'am, the future scope, the future study can look at the effects of various variables from other models on customer experience, as well as the effect of these variables on customer loyalty. Future studies could measure satisfaction or word of mouth behavior related to digital payment, as well as.
Shilpa, please wind up.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, this is the last slide only. And the future research can also extend the model and investigate the relationship between these factors. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shilpa.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, our next presenter, Dr. Supriya Lamba Sahadev. Next presenter, Ms. Shruti Astha Anand and Dr. Meghna Sharma.
Yes, very good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Dr. Shruti. I'm just sharing my presentation. Yes. My presentation hopefully is visible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yes. Myself, Dr. Shruti
Could you please
Triambak.
speak a bit louder?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Myself, Dr. Shruti Triambak from JIMS Kalkaji. I am the author of this paper, and Professor Dr. Meghna Sharma from Amity Business School, Ms. Astha Anand, research scholar from Amity, and Dr. Anju Shukla from JIMS Kalkaji. Ma'am, my topic is chatbot technology in education sector, a bibliometric analysis using BOSS Viewer. So the background of the study is that in the current scenario, in education sector, a chatbot is one of the emerging artificial technology, which is most of the education sector is adopting. A lot of management colleges, schools, in a diversified manner, they are using chatbot. nowadays we had seen recently artificial neural network based chatbot chat GPT is has emerged like anything else, and a lot of students, faculties and administrative staff are using this chat GPT in terms of everything, content, any kind of research work. So it is a ongoing debate in the current scenario. So what I have chosen this topic. This is one of the important chatbot. There are different types of chatbot we are using in education sector, and I had gone through the literature review with the help of Publish or Perish, a software, free software for the researchers, where you can fetch a lot of data up to 2000 literature review, and you can fetch from Google Scholar, Web of Science, even from the Scopus as well. So if we talk about the like chatbot, what is the role of chatbot in education sector? If we are going from any kind of counseling session, or you can say we are giving to the advice our students, even teacher want to get any kind of informations or any kind of mentoring sessions, chatbot is helpful, which is based on natural language processing. So some of the renowned chatbot what we see in the education sector is like if you talk about, I'm just quoted some kind of chatbot like if we talk about the MOOC course, MOOC bot, Boticify, Hubert, Snap chatbot, Mongoose Harmony, Drift chatbot. These are the chatbot which are frequently used in education sector for the various purposes. So my objective is very crisp in this manner, like chatbot bring a very big change in education sector in terms of automation process, and still a lot of research is going on in chatbot. So what I had done, I had taken a survey of the literature review with the help of Publish or Perish between the year 2005 to 2022. And what I found, this is the literature review what I had covered round about. If we talk about, there are 95 papers. Here you can see 2005 I had one, 2009 one, 2006 one, and this is keep on increasing, like 2019 5, 2020 29, 2021 26, and 2022 29. These all papers had been morely hardcore focused on the AI chatbot implementation in the education sector. So here, what I had portrayed this documents in terms of charts. So maximum paper we had received in 2022, which I had seen in 29 research paper, which is hardcore based on AI chatbot in the education sector. Now if we talk about these are the authors which who are doing the research on hardcore on AI chatbot. If we talk about BR Ronoliva, it is a sum of sites, is the maximum sites 186, and after that you can talk about D Song EOU Emrise 67. So these two researchers, maximum number of people who are going to cite their paper, and of course R. Winkler and M. Saulnier have cites number of the citation is 150. And this is this diagram shows bibliometric analysis with the help of VOSVIA software, the co-authorship, how they are interconnecting with each other and doing the collaborative research in the field of AI chatbot. This is the diagram. And after that, I had shown also, this is also a diagram, the maximum number of keywords which are using in this research paper is chatbot, education, and research. The maximum is chatbot, occurrence, education 29, and research 9. And the relevance score which I had calculated from the VOSVIA software. And finally, the result, if we talk about, the present study used Harjing's Publish and Perish software to download from the Google Scholar and Web of Science between 2005 and 2022. I had missed that 2022, I had taken the data recently also. And here the present study concluded that in citation metrics, citation is 523. Cites per year and cites per author is 30.76 and 10.67. And maximum number of publication on chatbot in education in the year, or you can say 2021 and 2022, is the BR Ronalia, has maximum number of sites 186, followed by R Winkler and BR Ronalia. So this had been done with the help of WASBS software. And this is my research work, ma'am. Anything else you want to ask? Ma'am, any questions from your side?
Can I just see the slide on year-wise publication?
Publications. This one?
Year-wise, you've done a bibliometric study, right?
Yes, yes.
So just show me the year-wise you have taken. The next slide.
Next slide, this is the next slide.
Percentage of year-wise. Okay. So almost 50% of the most recent years, is it? How is it depicted?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Can you just explain the pie chart to me?
Yes, sure, ma'am. This is the pie chart basically reflecting these numbers. Actually, what I had done, this publish or perish software is a free for the researcher. So when you go through the publish or perish software, you will get it around about 6 sources like Google Scholar, Web of Science, and Crossref, Scoopus as well. So accordingly, you can fetch literature up to 2000. This is the limitation of publish or perish. So accordingly, you need to put the keyword in that, and that keyword was the chatbot in education. So according to that keywords, they will give you the lot of research paper accordingly. Year wise, you can put it also. Suppose you want year by 2005 to 2022. So they will give you the 2005 to 2022. You need to mention what year you want. If suppose you want only 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, maximum 40 years, they will give you the all the literature, but the maximum limit is around about 2000 research paper, not more than 2000, because this is the limitation of publish and perish software. And this is my limitation of the study, that I had used this software. Otherwise, if we go for other software, there is no such limitation of the documents.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presenter, Mr. Subodh Moore. Are you there?
Very good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, I am here. I'm just setting the screen, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I start now?
Yes.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I am Subodh Moore. I'll be presenting analyzing the effect of emotional, financial, and social support on parents' performance based on parents' perception. Actually, we are working on sports management. In that, we have bifurcated in parents' perception, coach skill set, and player preparation. I am presenting Subodh Moore with Dr. Shikha N. Khera and Professor J.C. Maheshwari from Delhi Technological University. The role of parents in perception preparation of a player cannot be ignored while aiming at creating an effective framework for sports management. Actually, in player preparation, coach and players are mainly involved. We are trying to get the parents' perception out of it. In order to prepare effective players and increase the medal tally, as we all know, in Winter Olympics, we even don't have a single medal till now. So we are trying to work on that. In what areas we are finding the gaps and trying to fulfill them. It is important to effectively manage the coach education programs. The experience of coaches in international and national tournaments, having specialists to effectively supervise the training of players with a specific focus on agility, flexibility, endurance, and strengthening of players. The aim of this study is the study analyzes the parents' perspective on emotional, financial, and social support extended to a player. The effect of emotional, financial, and social support on a player preparation is evaluated, and its combined effect on effective sports management is analyzed. The effect of these essential factors on player preparation will not only play an important role in creation of an effective framework for sports management, but it will also guide the sports management authorities in improving the schemes and providing financial grants to the players. These are the research questions. What is the effect of emotional, financial, and social support on effective sports management with the mediating effect of player preparation from the parents' perspective? Research question 2, what are the current responsibilities of coach and in what area separate trainer is required from the parents' perspective? What is the satisfaction level of the players' parents with the government schemes and the parents' perspective? From parents' perspective, is there any financial support provided to the players? What are the suggestions of parents for improving training facilities and national financial schemes? The questionnaire is prepared in majorly two sections. Section A collects the general information such as the age of the player, gender of the parent who was filling the form. And section B includes the question on emotional support, financial support, social support, player preparation, and effective sports management. A total 25 questions were creative belonging to these 5 constructs. Likert scale of 5 points were used to measure the responses to the questions. In questionnaire design, we have collected the data from 314 parents of players who are playing more than zonal level in their arenas across various states in India in badminton sports. Questionnaire design, in these are the questions on emotional support. Your involvement in child's training is significant. You regularly attend your child's training sessions. After a game, you tell your child regarding improving his or her performance. Do you regularly discuss sports with your child? You encourage your child even if he or she played badly. You encourage your child to talk about any game-related problem. After a game, you praise your child for his or her performance. You discuss the progress of your child with his or her coach. Financial support, we asked to manage the financial expenditure of the sports of your child comfortable to you. There is enough training equipment present at the academy. You able to bear equipment cost for practice of your child. Your cost of putting your child in sports is worth enough of the benefits gained. And in social support, actually it is again a very interesting topic, finding a social support in player preparation. In this, we ask you, your child get adequate societal support for selecting sports as a career. In your opinion, sports as a career accepted by the society? Winning small tournaments brings societal acknowledgement and appreciation. Your child gets motivation from family and friends for playing. In player preparation, that is mediating variable, we ask you, your child is able to handle the mental pressure adequately. The performance your child is adequate. Your child is enthusiastic about learning new skills. Your child masters something that he or she was not able to do previously. Are you satisfied with the skill development of your children? And finally, the dependent variable, that is sports management. we ask, your child is able to achieve his or her goals with respect to sports? Your child gives his or her best during the tournament or championship? The self-confidence of your child is adequate? Are you satisfied with the overall development of the child? These are the questions. And in characteristics, these are the characteristics. 229 male parents has filled the form, and 85, and these are the basic zonal level, state level, national and international level players. Parents of those players, we try to find out for the filling of the forms. These are the research hypotheses. Emotional support has a positive impact in player preparation. Financial support and social support has a positive impact on player preparation. Emotional, financial and social support has a positive impact on effective sports management. And player preparation has a mediation effect between emotional support and sports management. These are the hypothesis questions, ma'am. And these are the results which we found out, ma'am. What is the effect of emotional, financial, and social support on effective sports management with mediation effect of player preparation from the parents' perspective? In this, the significance value of emotional support with player preparation, and in this only two factors, that is social support and support sports management, and second is emotional support and sports management has higher p values which are not related to each one. Otherwise, everyone has a significance relation between among themselves. What is the this is the again results with mediating factor. This is also found to be very correlated with everyone. And these are emotional support has a positive impact on player preparation. Accepted. These all are accepted except emotional support has a positive impact on effective sports management. And in this social support has a positive impact on effective sports management is rejected. And in analyzing results, what are the current responsibilities of coach? In this is a very interesting thing I wish to share. When we asked parents, they told approximately 70%, 78% of players, parents told ki agility, endurance, flexibility, strengthening, nutritional plans, psychologist, and relaxation session.
Sir, I request you to please find up in another minute.
Okay, these all areas a coach only is handling, which is not actually beneficial for a player. And in this, what are the current responsibilities of coach, and in what are separate trainers are required? This is also very interesting. Parents are saying physiotherapist, nutritionist, psychologist, yoga instructor, massage therapist, general physician, these all are required for player preparation. And in government schemes, around satisfaction of the parents is found to be neutral, or they are agreeing कि government is trying to improve the infrastructure of sports in our country. But contrast to this, when we are asked कि financial schemes which are right now provided by the government, every maximum of the parents, approximately 62% were disagreed or strongly disagreed. In these are the some other questions we try to ask, and these are the inputs of the parents. What are the facilities in sports academies and financial support of the governments can be provided. Conclusion: the effect of mediation of player preparation on relationship between emotional, financial, and social support and sports management is found to be significant. That is very good. According to the parents' perspective, the prime responsibilities of coach are agility, endurance, flexibility, and strengthening. According to the parents' perspective, there must be separate nutritionists, physiotherapists, psychologists, yoga instructor, massage therapist, and general physician for effective player preparation. 63% of parents either disagreed or strongly disagreed on financial support given by the government for child's training. The work will guide the sports management authorities in improving the schemes and providing financial grants to the players. This will also be a guide for parents and society to effectively support the process of player preparation. Thank you very much.
Yes, Subodh. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
So you actually talked about the emotional, social, and financial support from parents' side. How do you
Exactly, ma'am.
decide on these three factors? On what basis?
Ma'am, actually, I'll slightly give my introduction. I have been to Indian Olympics and all sports from last 23 years. And the thing is ki we are not able to achieve a single medal in our Winter Olympics. So I am trying to basically start and establish a framework for player development, which we are lacking in that coach and player. These are.
Any theory you have used?
Pardon, ma'am?
Any support you have taken from the theoretical or
Exactly, ma'am. Exactly, ma'am. The references were taken from international references that exactly, ma'am. This is the pioneer work in this field. And in India, we are not finding any relevant. That is why we are so behind in our sports. In parents' perspective, my guides have also guided me to have parents' perspective in form of emotional support, financial and social support, ma'am. These all are the areas which we can cover, ma'am.
But when we decide variables, we need to refer some theory why we have chosen these variables or these factors. We can't randomly say that these are the factors important for my research.
Exactly, ma'am. We tried our level best in literature to find out what are the maximum parents' perceptions has been used worldwide. These three aspects we found out कि only these three aspects can be used for our questionnaire, ma'am.
Try to search some theoretical background related to these factors and imbibe in your research.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Should I leave, ma'am?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Opportunity to welcome the chairs of this session, Professor Shikha Kapoor and Professor Priyanka. Professor Shikha Kapoor is a keen HR and educational professor, having working experience of 32 years in consultancy for training, academics, research, working as a professor and HOD in Noida since January 2012. She is a PhD in management and has professional degrees from Delhi University. She is the author of 15 management books for reputed publishers, taxmen, to her credits, and has authored and around 100 international and national conference papers. Professor Priyanka Mati, Professor She has completed her master's in MBA and PhD from one of the renowned university in India, that is Panasthali Vidyapith. Research and teaching experiences. She's taking lectures on the topics like financial literacy, technological stress management sectors. She has many national and international papers into her credit. She has received many awards for best paper. She's also guiding PhD scholars in Amity University. She's handling various administrative activities, also like research faculty coordinator for students and program leader UG. Her interest areas of research are e-commerce, IT, consumer behavior, financial literacy, financial behavior, financial capability. Professor Priyanka is an NGO. The foundation is working majorly on 4 aspects: education and population control. We may now like to begin with the presentations for this session. I would like to call upon Professor Sharma and Anurag to present their papers.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, yes. I am sharing my screen. I hope my PPT is visible.
No, sir, not yet. Sir, now it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to ICIEM 2023 for inviting us. Actually, the topic for which we are here is that design and optimization of 3 object detection modalities for manufacturing engineering, still surface fault diagnosis and dimensionality classification over here. Hello, am I audible? Am I audible? Please respond.
You're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Actually, in this particular presentation, we will discuss about the steel industry, which is facing after the EV, that means due to the electrical vehicles nowadays people are using. There are n number of anomalies which we are finding in the steel design, whether we are finding here for the different fault diagnosis session and dimensionality classification over here. The main objective for this session is that to design 3 object detection modalities, and after getting this modalities, we have tried to optimize this one for detecting fault and dimensionality classification on steel surface in the manufacturing industry. After then we are using the deep learning concept over there for making optimization and try to robust and find the efficiency system for steel surface inspection and quality control. Just to go to the first slide of this introduction session, let me introduce to that one that this methodology is basically the combination of the object detection using a deep learning method, and in the hard crafted features, we are basically using the extraction using the combination of the color and texture features. In deep learning process, we are including 3 processes, that is first RCNN, that means then after this diagnosis, the study explore the different modalities which is available, and this is actually diagnosing the surface fault in steel manufacturing, including visual inspection, acoustic emission, and eddy current testing. Here we compare the effectiveness of these modalities for detecting different type of surface fault, such as scratches, then pits, and then cracks, which is available on the steel material, or the parameters for that. This is also proposes for a fusion approach that combines the outputs of multiple modalities to improve the overall detection performance, because we believe that when the detection will be performed over there, obviously a number of methods and the parameters for that, where we can able to try to find out the rectified, and we can give a optimized model for that. In this classification, we have divided the high dimensional data into 1 or 2 categories. First one is the low dimensional, and next one is the high dimensional. the methods which performs to selecting to the optimal bandwidth parameter in the density emission, which is critical for accurate dimensionality estimation. The proposed method which we have designed is evaluated on the several benchmark data set and shows the outform existing methods over there. In this research gap, when you will find it to that, actually the limited number of works has to be done to find out the three object detection. And after getting this to the comparison is also not available with the recent availability research over that. In the limited studies of this integration of the different sensors and imaging techniques has to be employed, we have proposed over there, and that obviously makes our proposed methodology to be too much powerful, and actually the algorithm performs very well over that. In this contribution for training, we have taken a high amount of data set through the online platforms to develop the data set of still surface images with various type of defects. To train and optimize three different object detection algorithm, namely what we are using, that is a faster RCNN, then YOLO V3, and RetinaNet on the data set. We have employed the different these three algorithms on the same data set to find out the result comparison, and we have optimized the process for finding the better result on that, which we are evaluating. To evaluate the practical implementation of the result for manufacturing industry and the potentiality for reducing the production. Actually, the purpose is that, first of all, to reduce the production cost, and on the same time, the purpose is that to improve the quality of the available resources and the data sources over that. For statistical methods also we have used over here, like mean, variance, skewness, standard deviation, for making the comparative study for finding the result set. This is our actually, here we are discussing when we are employing to the deep learning methods, then defect type we have categorized over that. What about to the area we have assumed for finding the result based on that. Aspect ratio is also there, and mean intensity is also available on that. This is actually the proposed model, where image, after getting the image acquisition from the different online platform sources, we are pre-processing over here, and then we are trying to segregate the different features available over there, and with the help of the trained classifier, we are classifying the data set and trying to find out the defect classification, and based on that defect classification, we are trying to optimize our model set over here. Then result and analysis section, the optimize object detection modalities, which shows the improved performance in detecting and classifying the different types of fault on steel surfaces as compared to the existing method, which is already available over here. Now, after using to the multiple sensors and data fusion technique, which improves the accuracy of the fault detection and dimensionality classification. The pre-processing techniques used to proposed method improve the quality of acquired data, which results in the better performance of the trained model. The implication of the optimized object detection modalities into a comprehensive framework that will allow the efficient steel surface inspection and also to the quality control, which can lead to the cost saving and improve the product quality, which is actually the goal of this proposed model. With that, they all are the result sections, which we have covered with the help of the deep learning methods. And in this study, we have optimized this type of parameter. In the conclusion, obviously, we can ensure about that the proposed methods of designing and optimizing three class object detection modalities has shown improved performance in steel surfaces in terms to the fault diagnosis and dimensionality classification. The use of the multiple sensors also enhancing over that. Obviously, some of the limitations of this particularly proposed method is also available over there. In the future scope, we are trying to extend it to detect and classify the additional type of faults on steel surfaces, such as cracks and other corrosion. The use of different type of sensors such as X-ray and Rafford sensor can be explored to further improve and accuracy of this fault detection and classification. And the proposed method can be extended to other manufacturing industry also, that means apart from the steel industry, for surface inspection and quality control. This is all about that from my side, and these are the references which we have used for preparing of this proposed model. Thank you from my side, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation, sir.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
I would like to go forward with the next presentation. Miss Monica Sharma.
And
Sorry for the inconvenience. There was a technical issue. We could hear your paper. So we are moving forward to the next presenter. I would like to call Dr. Gaurav Agarwal to present his paper. Dr. Gaurav Agarwal.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible to you, please?
You are audible, sir. You
Thank
may
you, ma'am.
start with your presentation.
Is my presentation visible to you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for all the organizers to provide me an opportunity to present my views or my manuscript entitled estimating the geographical origin of Indian speakers using the machine learning language. I am Dr. Gaurav Agarwal, working as an assistant professor in Kite Group of Institutions, Ghaziabad, belonging to Computer Science and Engineering Department. So, when we talk about our geographical estimation based on the speakers, then I must say, when we talk about the speakers, it's directly or indirectly related with the articulars for the vocal. So when we talk about the vocal, with this diagram, I have taken from Professor Shyam Kumar Das Mandal. He is working as an associate professor in IIT Kharagpur. So what he tried to explain it, that we are having the vocal folds, and these vocal folds are attached with the larynx, so that the largest of the larynx cartilage known as the thyroid cartilage or the Adam's Eve, the hard portion in our throat, we called it as in Hindi we used to call it as kant, but that we basically known as Adam's apple. The vocal cord produce the sound when they come together. When these two vocal folds come together, then obviously they produce the sound and vibrates when the air passes through them. So when the air passes through them, then we are having a velum known as the soft palatate. So this velum can be open or closed. When this velum is closed, then whatsoever we are speaking come out from the nasal cavity. Else, if it is open, then it will come out from the oral cavity. Why I'm trying to explain this? Because on the basis of the vocal, we can differentiate the speaker's speech in terms of speech, voice, or music. Based on the rhythm that produced with the help of that larynx cartilages, we can term it as a voice, we can term it as a speech and music. So basically the problem statement is, when we're talking about the complexity of any problem based on the voice emotion recognition methods, I have taken the complete concept from the emotion recognition. So there is still a need to have the optimal voice recognition system. What will be happen if we are having an optimal voice recognition system? Then it will be a bit easier to recognize the speakers based on the geographical locations. So I am working on the data sets, and based on that data sets, I have divided the complete problem into 5 tasks. So when I'm talking about task number 1, I will kept all the speakers as it is, and the language they use to speak is English. And we belong to the 5 categories, 5 classes, and these classes names are either they belong to the Hindi region or to the Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, or Karnataka. Secondly, what we did, next 4 tasks we are having the speakers that used to speak in Hindi. Speakers are from the Hindi region, and the language they use either the English or the Hindi. That means I'm having a combination of 2, that north, east, west, north, and center. On the basis of these 4 combinations, the other 4 tasks will be there. So my complete presentation is based to analyze of these 5 tasks with the help of the machine learning language, and we will try to find out the optimized result for the estimation of the geographical origin of the Indian speakers. So I need a lot of research survey on it. So based on the emotion recognition, I have gone through the number of papers. Why is it so? Because I tried to find out the advantages and the disadvantages based on the time complexity, the limitations associated with a particular approach they have used. And similarly, I will go for the vocal emotion recognition also. So moving towards the present approach, that is the estimating the geographical origin recognition, we will have the input in a form of either in a form of speech or in a form of voice. Then we move to the pre-processing steps. After the pre-processing steps, we will have a speech processing module, and that speech processing module, we will expect the features followed by the feature selection. Once the feature will be selected, then we go for a particular model, and from the model, we will classify it, the geographical origin, as an output. So what exactly we are having? When we are talking about that, we are having the input in a form of the speech or a voice, I can say I'm talking about an acoustic signal. Now to store this acoustic signal into our system, what we to do is we have to do the sampling. And when we talk about sampling, sampling is basically related with the sampling interval and the sampling frequency. So we can say the sampling interval is always the inverse of the sampling frequency. Let me skip this example. If required, I will come back over it. So after having the sampling interval with the sampling frequency, we will have a vocal array, and all these terms denoted with the help of the black dots. We will store all these dots in the form of array in our system, and this is we considered as our input data. So these are the data sets I have worked on. I have worked on Toronto emotional speech set, Ryerson audiovisual data sets, IIT Kharagpur data sets. Number of data sets I have tried after implementation of the complete concept. So after having implementation of the concept, one has to analyze the performance of the proposed model. For that, I have developed the confusion matrix, and in confusion matrix, we were having the true classes and the predicted classes. And from that, we are achieving the values for the 4 different variables that are in the form of true positives, true negatives, false positives, and the false negatives. On the basis of this, we can analyze the accuracy, F1 score, false positive rate, and number of parameters on which one can analyze the performance of the proposed model. This is my complete proposed model. What we are having is, we are having the speech signal. For the pre-processing step, we have to denoise the signal, because suppose I'm giving this presentation, it might be possible when you are hearing it, you are having some disturbance associated with my voice also. To remove that unwanted noise, we use the denoising technique, and I have tried to implement with the nature-based optimization technique. I applied adaptive wavelet transform with modified Galtic-Swam optimization technique, followed by the feature extraction. When I'm talking about features, there are a number of type of features. In this, I have made my presentation concise to only the 2 features, that is prosodic features followed by the spectral features. Then for doing the feature selections, I have applied another optimization technique, that is adaptive sunflower optimization followed by DNN. And for the DNN, the basic problem is we are having the steepest gradient descent problem. So for that, we do the weight optimization with the help of deer hunting optimization technique. And finally, we will have the origin of the Indian speakers. This is the decomposition and the reconstruction of the signal. Suppose we are having the signal in the form of XN. Then when we applied the discrete wavelet transformation, yeah, please.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I would like to request you to wind up your presentation. Directly, please come to the conclusion part.
Ma'am, your voice is very little audible. May I know what exactly you are saying, please?
Sir, I am requesting you to please directly come to the conclusion part to wind up your presentation. You're
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
So let's start with the result and discussions. What we are having is, we are having the input signal with the noise. So after removing the noise, we can say, after applying the adaptive wavelet transformation with the modified Galactic-Swam optimization technique, then the original signal's input accuracy has been improved up to 92.15% from the 92.43%. Then following with it, we are having the 5 classes, that is predicted and the true classes. We can say, when we talk about the Andhra Pradesh, the accuracy goes up to 91. When we talk about the Hindi region, it goes up to 89, Karnataka 91, Kerala 62, and Tamil Nadu 88. These diagonal values just shows the true positive values with respect to other inclusive of data sets. And the second graph tells us about the precision, recall, and the IF scores based on the 5 tasks, that is on the 5 classes, that is Andhra Pradesh, Hindi, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. The percentage accuracy of the classifier for the task 1 is, the proposed model is having on an average of 85.10% accuracy when we compared with the single CNN, that is 75.20, and the DNN with the help of LSTM, that is 68.10. That these two single CNN and DNN LSTM are always existing for the same data sets, and the proposed model is performing better than the existing one. So the classification task, when we classify the task, that class 1 for all the speakers I have already discussed. So the remaining tasks are 2 to 5. So target classes are there, languages are there, accuracy and the precision, recall, and the IF scores are there. So reason-wise classification, if I will go Eastern, Western, Central, Northern, Eastern, based on the Hindi and the English language, then we are having the test speakers, the number of test speakers we are having. On the basis of that, again, we have calculated the precision recall and the F-score values. These are the, when we develop the complete module, then on the different data sets, we have the training and the testing accuracy of the proposed method following with it. When we compare the results with the proposed method on the various data sets, then what I found is the maximum accuracy have been achieved on the reference data set, that is 85.14, with comparison to IIT Kharagpur data sets with comparison of 83.75, and the best accuracy is given by Toronto emotional data set, that is 87.85%. But what the main thing here is, when we talk about the features, that as known has been selected only the high level features. Similarly, GeoETEL also selected the high level features. But in case of our proposed methodology, we have not emphasized only one. We have emphasized on the two categories of the features, that are the spectral and the prosodic features. So finally, to conclude my work, I can say in this work, the geographical origin of the Indian speakers are accurately recognized with a particular accuracy level, that is up to 87% with terms to TESS. When we talk about Indian data set, then the proposed model has achieved the 85% accuracy when trying to predict the social background of the speakers related to their native languages. And the classification accuracy is almost a 17% higher than the already implemented for the same data sets. Moreover, the results have also indicated that the classification is easier using the second language of the speakers as compared to their native language, because the accent, the pitch always come into consideration when we talk about the classification accuracy or the estimation of the geographical locations of the speakers. And these are the references which I have used for this particular presentation. If there are any questions, I am open to it.
Excuse me, sir. Hello.
Yeah, ma'am, please.
Yeah. Sir, your time has been like over. It is over.
So shall I leave, ma'am? I've wind up with my presentation, ma'am.
Yeah. Please wind it up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. We would like to call upon Monica Sharma. Monica Sharma, are you there?
Yes, please. I'm here only.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am.
Due to the technical issue, the speakers are not working. You can speak with the presentation.
Ma'am, due to the technical
Yeah, tell me.
Present your paper. Since the speakers are not working here due to some technical issues, please speaking to your paper.
Okay, so should I share my screen or should I can speak with your screen?
Ma'am, as you wish, you can share it.
So I will share my screen. I will start my presentation. Wait a minute.
Okay.
So my screen is visible to everyone? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much.
So good afternoon, ma'am, Shikha ma'am, Priyanka ma'am, and any other faculty. So now I would like to say something about my presentation. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Monica Sharma with my co-authors, Dr. Supriya Lamba Sahadev. She is from ISBR Business School. And the third one is Dr. YLK Lakshman Kumar, Director, Vishwa Vivani Institute of System and Management. So I'm presenting here my paper titled A Study on Analyzing the Impact of Enabling Factors for Smartphone Usage in the Era of Pandemic. So I am going to present this paper in ICIEM 2023, which is under Springer track. And the journal is, I would like to tell you, wait. For the special issue in Journal of the System Assurance Engineering and Management. So now,
Morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's
Yeah, ma'am, your voice is not audible properly. Tell me, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Your voice is cracking.
Yeah, continue with the presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. So now the outline of my presentation is introduction, literature review, gaps identified from the literature, research design, and the analysis of the result. So I would like to introduce the paper title, or the introductory part of the paper is the smartphone. Why we are using a smartphone nowadays? All of you are aware that we are using a smartphone for our daily routine. For an example, a faculty is using their phones for checking the mail, for do their working task, and students is using for understanding the classes and the studies. Kids are using for the gaming part. So nowadays it's a part of our daily lives. So you can see over here, the smartphone is evolved from time to time. Nowadays we are having 5G technology, so people are more dependent on the smartphone. So what kind of issue we have nowadays with the smartphone? In the COVID-19 pandemic, the screen time has been increased, and all people are using smartphones on daily basis. And you can say the laptops, the tablets, kids are using that particular thing on their daily routine. So some of the problems people are facing with that, and what Indian government wants to do that with the smartphones, with the seamless connectivity. They want to connect rural and urban areas with the internet access. So they want to empower their Indian citizen. They want to enhance their telecom infrastructure. They want to provide Wi-Fi hotspot everywhere. So what kind of issue we will face in the future with this connectivity? Anybody can think about that? I will tell you something. So these are the major challenges nowadays we are facing. What kind of challenges they are? That means when we are using our smartphone, what is the perception of the person towards the smartphone usage? That means the smartphone is giving you the radiations. Everything nowadays we are using IoT device, the technology, latest technology, that is depend on the radiations. So the radiations are harmful to us or they are useful to us. We have to understand that fact. Here, this is the electromagnetic range you can see. Then these are the some of the gaps which are identified from the literature. First is there is insufficient study towards the user perception. Second, lack of awareness. Next point is what is the research objective we have? The research objective is to develop the hierarchy of the identify factor of the user perception towards the mobile phone radiations. In this paper, we have used TISM, Total Interpretive Structure Modeling, which gives you a contextual relationship between the variables, and the micmac analysis, which gives you the clusters of the variables. So these are the key findings. That means we have identified 16 variables from the literature. This is our approach flow diagram to apply this TISM methodology. That means first we have listed that variables from the literature review. After that, we have developed the contextual relationship with between the variables with the help of expert opinion and the data. The basic interpretation is this, that how and why the variable is impacting or influencing the other variable. So this is the graph. This is the table for how we can identify the contextual relationship in between the variables. So interpretation is how, in what way the consumer perception will influence and affect the use of smartphones. So this is the expert opinion matrix, which is the basis of expert opinion we have taken, and we have prepared this table SSM matrix for the analysis purpose. This one is the level partitioning. This is the based on our you can say ICIEM metrics, and after that we have to calculate the expert opinion, and we have converted into the label forms. So we have find out on level 9 we are having, sorry, on level 1 we are having brand image and customer satisfaction, and in the down of the hierarchy you can see over here in the diagram, this is a TISM model. In this case you can see that on the bottom side of the model, we are having R&D investment and regularity policy. That means our government have to put some efforts on the R&D. That means we need to search these, and we have to prepare some devices that which we can take for our safety aspects. That means the lower EMF radiation is helpful for the person's health, and brand image and customer satisfaction is the most important variable for the consumers. This is the micmac analysis. With the help of micmac analysis, we have identified 4 clusters. You can see over here, we are having cluster 1, autonomous variable. That means this is a weak driving part and weak dependence part. Next one is dependent variable. In dependent variable, there is a weak driving part and a strong dependence. That means these variables are strongly dependent on the other variables. Next one is linkage variables. These are strongly having driving part, but that means they are driving also, but they are having strong dependence on the other variables. The next one is our driving variables. These are having, yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you're running out of time. Please try to wind it up quickly.
Yes, this one is the last slide.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So these are the 4 clusters which we have identified from the our micmac analysis. So now, thank you. If anybody is having any question, please ask. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your paper.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. Hello, Monica. Dr. Monica, how are you?
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm good to see you, ma'am.
Yeah, good to see you. Impact of smartphones were very much important during pandemic. So
yes,
what was your gist of analysis regarding this?
Ma'am, actually, you can say nowadays we are having some kind of devices, which some of the smartphone, those are not using those devices. These are having higher radiations, which will impact our mind. Maybe you have seen that when you are using a smartphone, it will impact your head. That means your headache sometimes, because when you are using mobile phone for a longer period of time, it will affect your body. Sometimes your eyes, when your screen time has been increased, then it will affect your eyes. When it increased your earphone and you are using anything with the smartphones, it will affect your eyes, it will affect your head. So the suggestion would be how to reduce these EMF, that means electromagnetic radiations, from these devices. So some of the devices in the market we are having, that you have to put those devices on your smartphone and it will reduce the EMF radiation. So this is the kind of you have to manage with and the suggestion would be you have to reduce the screen time, you have to reduce the usage of the phone, and maybe you have seen that you have to put your phone sometimes far from you, that you will be able to clear all those things, the radiations part and the other part from the smartphone usage. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
See you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to move forward with Mr. Ratnesh Singh. Mr. Ratnesh Singh.
Can I leave, ma'am? Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Ratnesh Sharma. Sir. Sir.
Mr. Ratni, can you speak a bit louder? Can you hear us?
Mr. Ratnesh, are you there?
He is there, but his mic is not working.
He's very much there, but I think he's not able to unmute.
So meanwhile, you fix your issue. We would like to move forward with our next presenter. Professor Alka Agnihotri, are you there? Professor Alka Agnihotri.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes.
I will be presenting the research paper on behalf of Dr. Alka Agnihotri.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Just a second, sir. Professor Alka Agnihotri.
Yeah, I am one of the researcher along with her. Okay, so I'm going to present.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay. Please present. Please start.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
So my name is Dr. Abdullah, and I am working in the Institute of Management Technology, Dubai. I will be presenting this research paper, and this research paper is contributed by Dr. Richa Arora, Dr. Richa Nagra, and Dr. Alka Agnihotri. So the title for my research paper is an empirical study on impact of e-banking and customer satisfaction. Coming on to the introduction part, as we know that these days the information and communication technology is very important in each and every sector. So the online banking system will typically connect to be a part of the core banking system operated by a bank, and is in contrast to branch banking, which was the traditional way customer assessed banking services. ICT has made the banking sector more innovative and competitive because of the advancement in information and technology. The use of this ICT in the banking sector fulfills the customer's needs, and it also strengthens the internal control system. So internet banking also helps to improve service quality because electronic banking increases the customer satisfaction level, increase productivity, reduces the cost of banking operation, and settlement faster in the large volume. When we see these days, some of the banks also provide decentralization accounts, which are known as the demat account. This facility helps customers to invest their money in the stock market by easily adding funds through e-banking in their demat account. The adoption of these changes made the banking sector more versatile and developed. So this is some of the literature which we have done.
These are some of the studies which were done in 2018, 21, and 22. According to the 2018 study, the reliability of the e-banking service quality and its impact on customer satisfaction is required. Whereas the 2021 study finds that the awareness of digital banking and its benefits, social influence, and computer self-efficiency have a noteworthy impact on the perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use of the adaptation.
Excuse me,
Yes.
sir. Sir, I
Yes.
louder. Your voice is little inaudible.
Little inaudible. Just give me a moment. There might be an issue in the connection. Okay. So am I audible right now?
Yes, sir. You may continue.
Okay. Coming on to the need and the purpose of this study, we identified that the internet banking is now the most innovative medium of money transfer. To conduct this study is to identify the impact of internet banking on customer satisfaction and various factors which influence customers to choose internet banking as a medium of money transfer. It also analyzed the factors which make it the most shielded and expenditure method. Some of the objectives which we covered under this study are to examine the development of the banking sector after e-banking was introduced. So how the changes there from the traditional one to the e-banking one. To identify the factors affecting electronic banking, to determine the impact of e-banking on the customer satisfaction, how customers are satisfied with respect to the e-banking, to identify the problem faced by the customers while e-banking. So every new technology is having its own drawbacks. So how the customers are affected by that, to suggest a disposable solution for to overcome the problem identified during the study. So the research methodology, it's a descriptive research designed to determine the impact of customer satisfaction on e-banking. The sample is the random sampling technique. The data from the respondents is collected. Around 137 respondents were the responses are collected, out of which 87 are male and rest 50 are the female. The analysis is done through SPSS by using the various descriptive analysis and the regression analysis. So this is the frequency table, which shows that the customer satisfaction in which the responses of the different customers were measured on the various parameters of customer satisfaction that help to analyze the satisfaction of customers with e-banking services. Okay, so the results, it shows that the 89%, you can see this, present in this PPT, that the 89% of the customers were satisfied, whereas 10% of the customers are not satisfied by the e-banking. Coming on to the next table, which is table number 2, it shows that R is 0.875. This implies that there is a direct relationship, positive relationship between the e-banking and the customer satisfaction, along with the interaction, service channel, the time, and the safety and the security.
Hello. Excuse me, sir. Sir, I would request you to please jump into the conclusion since you're running out of time.
Okay, so these are some of the findings. I will discuss quickly the findings. I already have discussed about that, how much 89% of the customers are satisfied and 10% of those are not satisfied. When we come on to the influencing e-banking is 20.4% of the respondent influenced by the ease of operating factors. Okay, then 56.9% of the respondents use e-banking nowadays. And according to our study, when we are going through the surveys, we found that this e-banking tradition is increasing day by day. And according to our study, 87.6% of the respondents believe that their data is safe, whereas 12.9% of these respondents believe that their data is not safe through e-banking. 90% of the respondents they want to use the this e-banking, whereas 9.5% they already they depend on the ordinary type of the banking, the traditional one. So 81% of the respondents brought customer support service effective. 19% of the respondents are not believing that this e-banking services increase the customer satisfaction, improve the queries and all that. 70% of the respondents are in the favor of e-banking. Majority of the respondents believe that e-banking platform is an effective one. And this e-banking services is getting popularity not only in the customers, but also within the employees of the banks itself. Along with every study, we have limitations. So in this, there is a shortage of time. So we are only confined to 137 respondents. And we can say that the attributes of humans cannot be, means it can be measured, but it's complex to measure it. Coming on to the conclusion, the research report is based on the primary data. According to the study, concludes that the most banks customers are aware of the online banking services. The banks further have to take necessary steps to evaluate their customers by providing useful and basic information about e-banking, so customer can easily assess their e-banking services. Banks have to improve their technology standards for more effectiveness in their respective bank services. Through this banking services, they automatically improve the lead and lead to the development of the banking sector in India as well as abroad. The research report is useful to know the customer satisfaction level, and it also helps in finding various risks which are involved in online banking system. The majority of customers believe that e-banking services are safe and secure because banks provide full safety to find to their funds and their personal information without disclosing it. An error occurred in when we talk about the discussion of the practical implication of this study, we can say that the academician, research and management students, corporate managers, employed, etc., will be able to adopt e-banking as the safest and the fastest method of money transfer. The bank provides privacy without leaking any information. So the privacy part is also there. The adaptation of ICT in banks led to an improvement in the customer services, facilitated accurate record keeping and enhanced the speed of overall services, ultimately leading to a more efficient and competitive market. And these are the some of the references which we have gone through to do our research. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, Abdullah, I wanted to. Your study is regarding the impact of e-banking on the customer satisfaction. Okay.
Yes.
So now e-banking has, you know, all banks are into e-banking, but now there are some frauds going on with e-banking. Did you have an impact on the customer satisfaction here?
Sorry, I'm not getting you. What exactly you want to, what exactly you are saying? Can you please elaborate more? Ma'am, you are not audible. Can you please repeat the question, ma'am?
Madam, question is that is fraud affect your system? Bank fraud.
Bank floor.
I can't hear you, Abdullah.
Ma'am, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I can't. Can you have your camera on, please? Yeah. E-banking and customer satisfaction. Okay. What all was your study related to that?
It's means the study is about how the customers are satisfied by the e-banking, because nowadays banks are moving from traditional banking to e-banking. Most of the customers don't want to visit the banks. They want to do all their transactions through e-banking. Not only transactions, but even if they are having any issue in their bank account, so they want it to be solved through online system.
No, but what about the traditional banking? You know, people have more satisfaction traditional banking, the old lot. The modern, yes, the more into you'll see many of the people Saturdays for their accounts and everything. Similar with
Yes, for
e-banking
their pension and all that. But it's not only about the bank sector. Even if we we talk about the old age people, in each and every sector, they are looking for to only the traditional one. They don't want to change.
No, but e-banking has positives also, and some negative. That is, there are many frauds going on into e-banking.
Yes.
So how customer satisfaction, especially in the private banking sector?
See, the privacy is one of the important criteria. If bank can maintain the privacy, okay, because here I am working in Dubai, the banks, they have a lot of criteria for the privacy. When they have their own application, they don't only send the OTP, but they're within their application, when we do any transaction, they ask several things.
So what was your major findings here in Crux?
So it's like majority of the customers are satisfied, okay, by this e-banking. They really want to save the time.
What were the banks you had surveyed? Which banks? Because government banks still they are not. Many of the banks.
Yes, it's a study within Delhi and NCR. So most of the banks are private banks, okay, like ICICI, HDFC Bank. The customers who are there of these banks, okay, Axis Bank. So these are some of the banks which are studied for this study.
So how are you, Dr. Alka? Okay.
And the
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening.
I just switched on my camera to say hello to you.
Hi, how are you? Hello.
Yes, I'm fine, ma'am.
So he's your scholar?
We are a team.
Achha, you are a team. Okay, good. So can we have the next person? Ratneer Singh. Mr. Ratneer Singh.
Yes, madam. Very good evening to all of you. My name is Ratneer Sharma. I am a research scholar of Punjab Technical University, Kapurthala, Punjab. So first of all, I am sharing my screen. Madam, my screen is visible. My screen is visible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. So title of my presentation is Growth of Optimizational Principles in Portfolio Analysis through Discrete and Tropic Models. So first of all, I am giving introduction. So portfolio analysis is an investigation of the constituents encompassed in a combination of products with the determination of creating decisions that are predictable to advance complete return. The term relates to the procedure that permit an administrator to identify enhanced method to assign resources with the goal of accumulating profit. Next, the celebrated representativeness that portfolio theory makes transaction with the investment which endeavor to maximize portfolio expected return for a specified amount of portfolio risk or consistently minimize risk for a specified level of expected return. by cautiously selecting the magnitudes of innumerable assets. So portfolio analysis topic is related to the investment management. It give better method to allocate to resource to improve the return of investment. In portfolio analysis, which is customarily alienated into two stages, an investor has an abundant deal of choice in choosing his approach for investment and aspiration to maximize profit from the security return. So objective of the portfolio analysis to maximize the profit from the security return. The first stage start with the clarification and understanding and ends with the philosophy about the future performances of obtainable securities. The second stage connected with the pertinent philosophy about future performance and end with the choice of portfolio. In my present communication, we make use of various entropic model that I will define in the next slide involved in the portfolio analysis. Before presenting the entropy model, we first giving the introduction to mean efficient frontier model, mean variance frontier model. It will given by the expression 1.5. Here Pj denote the probability of jth security outcome where j vary from 1 to m and rho ij be the security return on ith security. For here I vary from 1 to n. In our model, I vary from 1 to n and j vary from 1 to m. When the jth outcome happens, then the expected return on the ith security is specified by the subsequent manifestation by expression 1.5. So this expression is the expected value. Expected value means is in case of the discrete random variable, expected value is a product of probability and it's a random variable. After giving this model, deliberating the choice from investment proportion y1, y2, yn in such an approach which minimize the variance. The main objective of this model is to minimize the variance. That is to make rho 1, rho 2, rho m as equal probable among themselves. Every approach has equal chance, having equal probable among themselves. Consequently, any departure of rho 1, rho 2, rho m from equality was deliberated as a measure of risk. By using this method, we develop the optimization principle. The optimization principle is given by the expression HP. This is our entropy model equivalent to the Shannon entropy model. Next, since the probabilities have not been involved in the above communication, but there is a convinced requirement for their enclosure, we can instead consider the minimization of the subsequent entropy model given by the expression 2.1. So we also make entropy by giving by the expression 2.2. Here alpha represent the order of the entropy. In this model, as Sharma, Prakash and Singh already worked, and this is the entropy published model from 2. Next, this is my entropy model, and we're putting the value of in this putting the value of alpha. Here the value of alpha, and then solving this expression. Finally, we consequently we have this model, and after solving this, we make the optimizational principle. In this principle, we choose y1, y2, yn, and maximize the entropy model with the subject to the constraints. First constraint is expected value is equal to constant, and the sum of the return equal to 1, and all the y1, y2, yn value are non-negative. So by giving on the above model, we have giving a numerical illustration. Let us reflect upon the case of two security, each one with the 10 conceivable consequences of respective probability and a return as displayed in the succeeding table. So in the following table, we have in the first column, these are the probability, and sum of these probability is equal to 1. And we give the example having return 1 and return 2 connected with the above model.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please jump into your conclusion? You're running out of time, sir.
Okay, madam. After this, by using above model, we another make the principal optimizational principle is, and finally, I am reaching to the conclusion. Our conclusion is our study concealed that by using parametric and non-parametric entropy model, we can deliver numerous advancement toward several optimization principles worthwhile in countless disciplines of operation research. And these information theoretic model, including entropy and divergence model, can be made proficient for maximizing the expected utility of risk-averse person and of minimizing expected utility of risk-prone person. And such a study can be made accessible by the employment of specific supplementary entropy and divergence model. In the view of my literature, these are my some references. These are my some references.
On कर दो camera को look at. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Ratneer.
Yes.
So, I just want to ask you a couple of questions on the paper that you printed. That you are doing portfolio optimization, right? So, why have you chosen this entropy model?
Because
there are many
madam,
other models which are there for portfolio optimization. So, why especially you've come down to entropy model?
Because madam, in the entropy model is in portfolio analysis in portfolio analysis we can work on the portfolio analysis using entropy model.
No, you can. There are a number of, you have both in the classical theory also, in the quantum, theory also. You have number of models on which you can work, on this particular topic in portfolio optimization. So why? I mean, like if I'm seeing your references, you've just done, 8 papers. So, how have you really come down that this is the best, this thing, and why have you rejected the other models for portfolio optimization?
Because the subject of the investment management also we can solve the problems using the entropy models. So I present.
Sorry, the problem. No, you're talking about the Markowitz portfolio mean variance. That's fine. That's a classical study. That's the first thing. But after that, so many models have come. That's the one question I want a justification. That why entropy models? How is this model better than other models for portfolio optimization?
Madam, please repeat the question. I am not listening your voice. Please.
My question is that why have you chosen entropy models? If you could explain to me what is an entropy model?
Entropy is a measure of the uncertainty.
What is the specific quality of this model? Can you do? Sorry.
And because by using the entropy models and we can use maximize the profit from the security, and we can.
That is there for any of the optimization models. All the models are going to optimize, bring down the cost and maximize the profitability.
Yes, ma'am.
So why entropy model? I mean, I've seen your literature review. So just, having 8 papers in the review, you need to do an in-depth analysis of the review. You don't have to have papers on portfolio optimization because so many models and theories have come in, added onto the Markowitz model. And then, you need to have a proper justification that why you've chosen this model. And what is the, like, have you done that literature gap, that you've identified any literature gap?
By using this model, we can do the best
Sorry?
work. We can do the best work by
नहीं, तो
taking the security by.
कोई literature gap आपने analyze किया है? आपने literature gap analysis किया है?
Yes, ma'am.
Gap
Yes.
analysis किया है?
Yes. Yes.
Gap analysis किया है? कितने papers study किए आपने? How many papers?
Hello.
How many papers have you studied in this portfolio optimization?
Madam, only three papers only. And
So three papers के साथ review is a weak review. So that, that means you've missed out on the other studies that have come in. So my suggestion to you is that, you've chosen a very good topic. Portfolio optimization is a very interesting topic. And lots of models, both in quantum and, classical theories have come in. So you have to do a very in-depth review. Without doing an in-depth review, the paper cannot be justified, your objective and your this thing. So good effort, but I think you have to have an extensive literature.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay.
For Dr. Vikram,
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
are you there? Okay.
Yes. Yes. Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Sir, your screen is visible.
Okay. Very good afternoon to one all present. I am Dr. Vikramjit Singh and working as assistant professor in mathematics at ICIEM Technical University Amritsar campus. And my work is also extension of this Tanish Sharma work. And I will explain why we use this portfolio analysis that will ask in the by Tanish Sharma. So my title of research is New Parametric and Non-Parametric Cross Entropy Models and their application in portfolio analysis. Now, this is my outline of my research. First, I will discuss what is the introduction, what is basic definition, what is the meaning of portfolio and like this, and then literature view, and then that is research gap. Why we use this? I use this model. Then I build discuss with the new cross entropy model that we.
Towards the gap and the
Yes, madam. I am coming on it on research gap. Okay. And then what are the application of that in portfolio analysis, and then again optimization principle, then conclusion, and then references. So first, just brief introduction. What is portfolio? Portfolio is approach out by stakeholder or decision maker to minimize the risk or investment. In simple word, we can say that portfolio analysis. A decision making picking a permutation of portfolio stocks effect in procurement of idea portfolio anticipated by decision maker. And what a portfolio analysis is process of evaluating investor portfolio for financial assets to determine to overall risk and return characteristics. Or we can say portfolio analysis is a quantitative technique for choosing a best portfolio that can strike an equilibrium flank by maximizing or minimizing the risks. So now what is the problem? Now for the selection of this optimal portfolio, return of a portfolio and the risk involved in portfolio are most significant factors to discuss any portfolio. So Markowitz give the mean variance principle, and after studying this literature view, this is the literature view.
Excuse me, Mr. Hussain.
Yes, madam. This is my research gap.
I'm interrupting. Hello.
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
Please come to the research gap and the objectives.
Yes, sure, madam. So this is after reviewing the previous paper, the author concluded that even with this is the main limitation in mean variance principle. When the increase in expectation, variance could also increase and consequently uncertainty may. So whenever there is uncertainty may, then there is term entropy, because definition of entropy to measure the uncertainty. So consequently, that divergence can be made proficient for the determination of expectation. So we just give one application of entropy and divergence model in portfolio analysis by reviewing these, because there is uncertainty, and when there is uncertainty, there is need of an entropy, and they consequently made like divergence. So that's why I used I give one application of entropy model in portfolio analysis. So for this, we have planned a new Frank generalized parametric and non-parametric divergence model, two models that we built two model. Then we apply that model. Then we check that model. that satisfy all the properties of entropy and divergence model. Then we implement this model and successfully. So this is my first model, new cross entropy model. So this DPQ is, we've developed this model. Then for the verification of this model, we have checked all the properties of this model, like DPQ is equal to 0 for P equal to, and DPQ is convex. And for convexity, I use this criteria by differentiation. Then with the help of Hessian matrix, first differentiation with respect to P1, P2, and Pn, all the derivatives, second derivatives are positive. Then we use prove the S is convex function. Then again with the help of Q1, Q2, Q1, and again using the Hessian matrix, all the derivatives are positive. So next, we also study this with the help of example. But what is DPQ? DPQ is one variable is fixed, and we vary other probability. So with the help of this model, and I draw a graph that is a perfectly convex function, and we also prove the non-activity of this function. Now, this is our subsequently second model. I did not give the introduction of this model. Similar like this, and it also satisfy all the properties of cross entropy model. Now these two models are applied in the Markov-Weiss mean variance principle. So this is a portfolio analysis. So this is Markov mean.
Come to your findings, please. Come to your findings.
Okay, madam.
Did you test this model on any portfolio?
Madam, we just developed this model, and we also give the
example. Which is the sample that you studied to test this model?
Yeah, madam. I did not put that sample example in this, but I take the 7 portfolio and apply here, and this model is work successfully here.
Show me the portfolio that you have taken where you have actually tried to test this model. Show me the portfolio.
When I did not put that in here. I give an example by taking tested. I tested with the help of two examples. I take. Can I? Madam,
have you not taken any live example? How did you create the portfolio?
Yes, I understand. There is gap. I understand. I need to check on quantum and other method also. I understand the problem.
Okay, show me your references, please, Mr. Stan. Yes. Show me your number of references.
This is the references, madam.
You have 22 references, but I'm not really convinced with the gap that why at all that you have just chosen the entropy models and not any other model.
I understand. Can I explain again?
I mean, straight away, see, portfolio optimization is a very, very important topic, and right from the Markowitz theory, so there has been so much of development in this area. So your paper doesn't talk about any development that has happened in this area.
I understand, madam. This because there are many
just straight away you have just jumped on the entropy, so you have to show that why other models are not.
Yes, that is our extension version. That we.
I mean, this is the best model that you're choosing.
Yes, madam. Yes, that's the extension of our paper that we.
Very, very important, of the portfolio. Again, am I repeating that, and this has to be tested empirically. You have to test this model on a live, maybe on some portfolio, the portfolio that you are creating, not just an arbitrary, numbers.
No, I understand,
madam. Test it out, you will never be able to understand it. Actually, it is really working.
Yes, it is really working. I tested with the help of example, but I did not.
Other models.
Yeah. This is our extended paper. We're working on that. We have comparison with all the previous model. Then we only say that our model is best. So we are working on it. That is our extended.
At the end of the day, one question that I want to ask you is that: is your paper going to add any value to the existing literature?
Yes, ma'am. Because we give new. Yes, there are so many models like quantum and classical model to find optimization.
Your paper, the work that you're presenting today, will it add any new dimension or any value to the existing literature on portfolio optimization?
There are so many work going on with the other page. We apply entropy model on that portfolio. Firstly, we apply. I will try to apply,
but
and
you need to see that when you are presenting a paper, Dr. Singh. Yes, I know this is a very interesting topic and a very important topic, but when you're presenting a paper, you must always think one question in mind, and that is that my paper, my work should really add to the existing body of literature.
Comparison with other models. Yes.
So that you need to justify. Right, just of course entropy models are the thing, or quantum models, everything is there, but the justification has to come through your research.
I understand.
So thank you so much. Over to the MC.
Thank you so much, madam. We just enter in portfolio analysis, or in next we also.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next presenter, we have Miss Silky Sharma. Silky Sharma, are you present there? Okay, as she's not present, we are moving to the next presenter, Mr. Bharat S.
So good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, Mr. Bharat, you're audible.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may please share your screen. You may start, Mr. Bharat.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm.
Okay.
Is the screen visible, sir? Is the screen visible? Sir? Sir, is the screen visible, sir?
Yes, your screen is visible. You may start.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Bharat, the presenter of this work, Extended Virtual Reality-Based Memory Enhancement Model for the Autistic Children using Linear Regression Model. I'm glad to have gotten this opportunity, ma'am, to be presenting at this Springer conference under the track Digital Transformation, Emerging Technologies, and Sustainable Growth. I'm moving on to the introduction part. Nowadays, game-based learning is becoming a fashion as it is getting more immersive and engaging. And during the COVID times, the people have left out physical games and expect more amount of immersiveness and interaction with the gaming environment itself within, which has now paved way for the extended virtual reality environment, which could basically create a safe controlled gaming environment for kids with autism, where autism here is basically a development disorder that affects the social interaction and memory of kids. So our work basically aims to provide the extended virtual reality based solution for the affected by enhancing the gaming experience, as well as we also intend to provide a linear regression model that analyzes the performance of the work. So these are some of the existing works that have been published so far related to the subject, where eminent people have done their job contributing to the treatment of autism with virtual reality and gaming based solutions. But most of these studies failed.
Please move to your objectives and your contribution, please.
Yes, ma'am. So our work tends to improve the memory level and the information retaining capacity of the kids are affected with autism, and we tend to isolate the kids and make them more immersive and main objective is to flatten the forgetting curve, which basically is where we tend to flatten the forgetting curve, and we propose a linear regression model for that is basically a prediction model for improving the level of memory. So this is the methodology part where in the kid basically wears the headset and plays a game called a Simon game, in which the kid basically replicates the color sequence displayed by the computer, and based on the scores obtained, the curve is generated. And in this, the pre-game and the post-game scores are fed into the analyzer, in which is basically a linear regression model that takes the pre-game scores and the post-game scores and computes the level of improvement. This is basically the flow of the Simon game, in which the sequence, the length of the sequence keeps on increasing during each level, and the scores are calculated based on that levels. What we did was, and this is the algorithm of the linear regression model, wherein the pre-scores and the post-scores are taken as input, and the mean is computed by following the computation of covariance and variance of both the variables, and the level of improvement is obtained as a result of the straight line equation with a slope m and intercept c. So what we did was we basically allowed children with autism to play our game in 3 different scenarios. The first scenario consisted of the kids played for 1 hour daily for 2 weeks, and the second scenario was 1 hour on alternative days for 2 weeks, and the third scenario was random play for 2 weeks. And we basically collected the scores of these all these 3 scenarios each time the kids played, and it was obvious that the improvement level of the memory was basically directly proportional to the time spent for playing. Basically, the scenario 3 had 2 units score improvement, followed by scenario 2 4 units, and the first scenario of 6 units. The improvement in score was considered to be measured as the enhancement in the memory levels, which is here represented by the memory enhancement analysis bar graph. And we also considered the forgetting curve, which basically that analyzes the information retaining capacity of the humans over a period of time, over a gradual period of time. We drew graphs based on the obtained scores for all the 3 scenarios, and found out that the scenario 1 had the highest flattening rate, which means that the information which is being reduced has the rate of the loss of information has reduced, which implies that the kids have been improving their memory levels. So the conclusion of our work is that our work basically proposed a solution which was extended virtual reality based, and we also propose a business friendly linear regression model for the self analysis of the work itself, and which also in this near future this work could be extended to other autism affected people also with across ages, which basically narrows the thin line between the gaming industry and the medicine industry, and which further also reduces it in the future. We could also reduce the time of flattening of the forgetting curve, which so that the results could be obtained more faster, and the linear regression model could also be used for analyzing other performances like other games. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I wanted to know that where did you do the survey for the autistic children?
Ma'am, first of all,
is there a home for autistic, or you
yes,
did
ma'am.
individual?
There is a school in near my college. I am studying in Tyagaraja College. I'm a student of Tyagaraja College of Engineering in Madurai, Tamil Nadu, and
Okay.
there is basically a school called early learning school in near a college, wherein that basically handles with autistic kids, ma'am. And we have got their permission, but we were not allowed to shoot the videos, but we have got the permission, and we basically allowed them to play the game.
Okay. So you did virtual reality, you did memory enhancement model.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
What was this model and how did it enhance the memory? Did you use any, some experimentation, or did you use any um, different standardized model for it?
Ma'am, the standardized model was used, the linear regression model was used to analyze their capacity, but for as
No,
the
what
concept.
was the, what it was a questionnaire type you used, or you used any a game for knowing this how
Yes,
memory
ma'am. A
is
game
being
was used.
enhanced? Yeah,
Yes, ma'am. A
which
game
kind
was
of
used.
game did you use for
Yes,
that?
ma'am. That game was basically the computer would display a sequence of colors, producing different sound effects, and the kids are required to basically replicate that sequence.
Okay, okay.
And for
This is a
example,
standardized model for it, standardized model for knowing the result.
ma'am, no, ma'am,
This
there
has
have
been, yes. No.
for this memory enhancement, we have chosen this game by considering we considered various games and related to the that would enhance the memory levels, and we found that this game could be better than the other games for the analysis.
Because for the autistic kids in northern India, there are very less homes here,
Yes,
and still research has to be done how to improve the memory. See, memory is it is better enhancement, but basically the social interaction in the autistic kids, there is a gap.
yes, ma'am. We have that
So
is going to
you
be an
can
extension.
extend this. I think
Yes,
so.
ma'am.
This is a very good research, and it can be used in the future models in helping the autistic children to grow in their memory.
Yes,
And
ma'am. That is
also
what.
you should, yeah, if you are very much into this, you can work on the social interaction, because autistic children are less into social interaction.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thank
That
you
is
so
one
much.
aspect that I'm going to consider, ma'am. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for the suggestion.
yeah.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
you are doing your PhD somewhere?
No, ma'am, I'm doing my undergraduate.
Okay, you're doing your undergraduate. For that, things are very good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
you so
Now,
much.
can we have Silky Sharma now?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'm just sharing my screen. Yes. Is my slide in the presentation mode?
Yes, ma'am. You may please start.
All right. Thank you so much. Very warm good evening to one and all present over here, all the esteemed panels. So today I'm going to present my paper on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Indian Higher Education Institutions, wherein it's a quantitative study on the adoption and perceptions, which is a part of my doctoral work. So if you look at Indian higher education system is the third largest education system in the world, next to United States and China.
Would you please come to your objectives and your contribution?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, this was the literature review wherein we have tried to understand the various factors that leads to the adoption of AI tools and applications in higher education. So this became the basis for the literature review. If we come to the proposed theoretical model, so it was based on the previous theories, like technology acceptance model, which is a very famous model done, which is giving a number of factors to understand that how the users can adopt the new technology. And first of all, we need to develop a positive behavior intention to adopt the same, which leads to the actual adoption. So TAM is one, then we have social cognitive theory and human computer interaction theory. So basis which this model was proposed. If we talk about objectives of the study, so the study focuses particularly to investigate the behavioral factors that influence the adoption of AI applications in higher education sectors, various processes like admission, teaching, learning, course administration, and mentoring processes. So purpose of study is to comprehend the elements which include the attitudes, perceptions, and intents of the stakeholders like students, professors, and management that affect the adoption of AI in higher education. And towards the end, so to create a framework for stakeholders in higher education to embrace the AI applications. So moving on to the RM part, we have done a survey wherein we chose the Indian respondents from the higher education industry using a stratified random sampling technique. So we have done circulated our questionnaire to 500 students, professors, and the staff from the management, which included. And out of which 411 questionnaires respondents were properly filled, returned back, and were considered for the analysis purpose. So 7 hypotheses were formed to check the relationships between the various factors which we considered were mentioned in the theoretical model. And if we talk about the measurement model, so PLS, partial least squares analysis, which was the first stage, it was done assessing the measurement model. This was the structure model, wherein we can see this is derived from the software PLS ICIEM along with the path coefficients, which are mentioned here. So the factors which are important and impacting the behavior intention, which is further leading to the adoption, are perceived organizational support, perceived ease of use of the technology, artificial intelligence self-efficacy, that how much the person has a self-belief that whether the person will be able to use the AI in higher education processes in terms of teaching, learning, and the other task, mundane task that we do. Another factor is perceived effectiveness and the perceived risk, which is always a part of using and adopting any new technology, which further impact the behavior intention and leading to the adoption of AI. So construct reliability, all the variables in the study, they have gone back alpha, which is above the threshold. So acceptable limit is 0.7. So in all the variables that we have found is more. So it shows the consistency of results across items on the same test. And if we talk about convergent validity, so all the values in the current study are greater than 0.5, which shows a strong convergent validity, which is ranging from 0.776 and 0.658. Composite reliability, it shows that all the study constructs have excellent levels of internal consistency and reliability, and that all item loadings are more than 0.6, which is more than the minimum requirement. Also, we consider the these days, which is which is being mentioned in the repeated papers as well, to check the discriminant validity, STMT. The square root of average coefficients are shown in the correlation matrix. So all the data analysis, this part has been mentioned in my research paper, and the values in the analysis are falling between -1 and 1, which clearly shows that all the constructs that we have taken, they are measuring distinct concepts apart from one another. So that discriminant validity has been established. Also, we did a Fornell-Lacquer criteria test as well, and each construct square value has been found always greater than the correlation values between the construct and any higher ranking construct. So our study has been able to achieve the discriminant validity criteria. The expected path coefficients also estimates for the connections. It's range from 0.112 to 0.95,
Okay,
which
Stilki,
shows.
I want to know about the result.
Yes, ma'am. Coming on to the result, the study findings are consistent with the put forth hypothesis and the theoretical framework which we considered. So results showed that a number of variables, including AI self-efficacy, behavioral intention to adopt, adoption of AI, perceived usefulness, perceived effectiveness, perceived organizational support, and risk, they have significant relationships. So the study findings were that people who are more confident in their ability to use AI are also more likely to be inclined to use it. So organization can, take inferences that if the people are trained, they are made comfortable and they are secure that AI is not there to take away their jobs, rather to support them in completing the mundane tasks at a faster speed. And this is going to be additional support from them and to make their teaching learning process effective. So people will be more inclined to adopt it.
Okay, one thing I wanted to ask you, you did about the higher education Indian institutions. So which all area is AI used in higher education in India?
Ma'am, thank you for
didn't,
asking this question.
mention that. What areas of AI which are used, which are making Indian institutions more effective?
Ma'am, in Indian higher education, the various processes which starts from student acquisition, which is the admission process, and then we have teaching learning process, then we have examination wherein assessment of students are to be done on the periodic basis, and end-term exams are also there. And apart from that, then their hostel support system. So in all these processes which are there in the student life cycle can be very well managed by the various AI tools, like we have chatbots for the recruitment process, admission process. So similarly, many Western institutions also, they have developed their AI application with the different name, and the results have been very good, and the same replica is being done in the Indian institutions also. And the moment we click on the website of
So
let's say
basically they must be being done more in the NCR than in the small towns.
Ma'am, NCR, not in the small towns as such. I mean, AI as of now has been little costly as well. So that expensive part also needs to be considered. And that's why leading institutions and the institutions which have the capability in terms of the financial resources and in terms of the knowledge which is needed to run effectively this sophisticated technology. So they are the organizations, especially in Bangalore area, Delhi area.
You can continue with the conclusion and then.
Yes, ma'am. So it has been discovered that to positively influence behavioral intention to adopt AI, so perceived usefulness, effectiveness, and perceived organizational support are of more importance. So people who perceive AI as useful, effective, it means it's about creating the strong positive perception about the AI use. And if people are able to, convince themselves.
So you
on
have
the
done your
results.
total research in it till now? Which part of your thesis you are in now?
Ma'am, I'm done with the data analysis part. So findings and conclusions, so I'm writing that chapter. So key highlights I have mentioned here in the paper as well. And I'm going to have one more paper also, basis that. This is the plan.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to call upon Babita Bhati. There?
Yeah, there. Okay, can I share the screen, please?
Yeah, ma'am.
I'm just sharing my screen.
Yeah, Babita, share your.
Ma'am, I'm just sharing it. It seems it's not taking my open tab as in the sharing options. I'm just downloading it. Is my slide visible?
No. You yet have to open it.
Ma'am, it's open. I don't know what.
You open the slide and then share. Your desktop is being shown.
Is it visible?
Babita, yeah, now it is okay. Now it is okay.
So very good evening to
F5, F5. Yeah.
Good now?
Yeah.
So good evening, Dr. Shikha Kapoor. Good evening, everyone at MET. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So my paper is basically on the entrepreneurial orientation and competencies, and I've tried to look at the moderating impact of environment turbulence on this relationship between the entrepreneurial orientation and competence. So a quick prelude to the topic, we have seen a certain instances in the newspapers and events here and there where it has been focused even by our Honorable Prime Minister.
Babita, could you please come to the objectives directly? You're running
Yeah,
short.
sure, okay. Research gap.
You may share the research gap first and then the objectives.
Sure. See, the existing entrepreneurial research which is there, it is very much focused upon the entrepreneurial performance. But given the fact we have limited papers which shed light on the antecedents to the entrepreneurship. So with this paper, I have the entrepreneurial competency as one of the antecedents which is leading to the entrepreneurial performance. Plus, it has been time and again emphasized upon the researchers in this particular field that we need to look for the mediating constructs in this particular field. So thereby I am taking a moderator in this one. Also, there has been plenty of research which has been done in the entrepreneurial area, but then since we have to look at the cultural and governmental differences, I hope this research can contribute a lot to this particular area. So thereby, I wish to study the relationship between entrepreneurial orientation onto the entrepreneur's competence. How does it play its role? Also, how is the environment turbulence playing its role between this relationship between entrepreneurial orientation and competence? Is it actually affecting this or not? So this is how my model comes out to be. So I'm taking this as since entrepreneurial orientation originally it was a three-dimensional concept, but later on strategic and commitment dimensions were added on to this. So I've taken all the 5 dimensions altogether and I'm seeking to look at the impact onto the entrepreneurial competence. Also, my second hypothesis happens to be if the environment turbulence is moderating the relationship between entrepreneur's orientation and his competence. Coming to the methodology, I had this exploratory framework with the help of literature review, made this model and thereby testing this model into the second phase of the study, wherein firstly the questionnaire was prepared. The sample which I have taken initially, it was the sample size was 225, but after data cleaning, the usable responses came down to 204. As far as sampling method goes, I've used the G-star path method. Also talking about the kind of sampling, since my respondent happens to be a specific niche type of category, because it was only the founding entrepreneurs which I have taken for my study. So that's the first generation entrepreneurs. So to do so, I used purposive and snowball sampling. Did the data analysis using the linear regression and correlation, also the hierarchical regression, since I've used the 5 dimensions of entrepreneur orientation. The questionnaire further, I validated and tested the reliability with the help of pilot survey and expert opinion. These are my Cronbach alpha values, clearly giving out the indication that the questionnaire, the test which I have used is reliable enough, since the minimum value, threshold value happens to be 0.6 in case of social science researches. These are my respondents' profiles and the forms. The firms which I have taken happens to be ranging from 2 years to more than 9 years also. This is the first finding which I have of the relationship between orientation and dimensions of entrepreneurial competence. Now looking at the correlation values between the different dimensions and the entrepreneurial orientation, we can say that the dimensions of the and also I've run this correlation regression analysis. So looking at the significant value, we can clearly say that 6.0% of the dimensions of entrepreneurial orientation are explaining the final performance of the entrepreneur. Talking about the moderation of the environment turbulence, I've got the significant results wherein the contribution happens to be 4.3%.
Okay, can we come to the result part?
Yeah, ma'am, this is the result part. So these were the two hypotheses which I have. So with the help of the results, the correlation and regression analysis, wherein regression was the hierarchical one, but both of my hypotheses are accepted, which is, we can say that all the 5 dimensions of entrepreneurial orientation are positively related with the competence. Also, the environment turbulence is found to be moderating the relationship between orientation and competence. So, consistent with the existing literature, which gives us the 3+2 dimensions of EO as highly correlated, it has, we can say that when we combine these 5 aspects or 5 dimensions of entrepreneurial orientation, we can use it as a unidimensional construct. Also, this orientation is related with all the dimensions of entrepreneurial orientation. The turbulence is positively modulating the relationship between entrepreneurs' orientation and competence. So, presenting the crux of the whole research into a concept map phase, we can clearly see that competence is something which we use even in our training programs, and particular results which we are giving can be used as an emphasis in the training programs which we conduct for the budding entrepreneurs. Also, the foundations like NEM, Vardhani foundations, they do conduct a lot many training programs. Using these competencies, an entrepreneur can survive in the tougher times, since we have seen how environment turbulence is moderating the impact of orientation onto the competence. Suggesting
okay, what was your sample age?
Ma'am, the sample age was, I'll go back to the demographic profile which I presented.
College and postgraduate, basically college
no,
student.
This was, no ma'am, it was not college student. This education means the entrepreneurs which I was interviewing, their education level. Now, since these entrepreneurs were first generation entrepreneurs, and these organizations are the small and medium scale manufacturing industries which are located in Delhi NCR. So they were.
So what did you find in crux? What were the entrepreneurial orientation in which area of entrepreneurship they were more aligned to?
Ma'am, the entrepreneurial orientation, when we define with this particular model, we have.
No, I'm just asking you. Okay, these things you have done, but you know, you must. You may be an HR student. Okay, you are in the area of HR.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so see, these are terms, these are quantitative, but I'm asking you as a qualitative thing, is what was the basically orientation toward these people, in which kind of entrepreneurship they are more inclined to?
Okay, ma'am, here the answer may go a bit biased, because all the 100% of the entrepreneurs which I interviewed are into the manufacturing business.
Okay, so they are from the manufacturing.
They are from the manufacturing business. So obviously, whether highly educated or not, and since most of them were nearly graduates, the maximum of the lot was nearly graduates, altogether their take was, though they are not familiar with the technical jargons as such which we use in the management language, but yes, they agree to the aspect that an entrepreneur has to be somebody who has to take the risk. He has to innovate, since as we have seen in the past COVID times, post-COVID, any manufacturer, any small scale industry which could not innovate was out of the scenario, was swept off from the market, despite of all the all kind of support system which was given by the government to help this small scale sector. The people who were not able to innovate were out of the market. Also, they do have this autonomy kind of thing which with them, because they are the ones who are controlling this small scale setup which they are from. They have this competitive aggression, and they have to be proactive if they have to survive in this turbulent market, since they are not very stable. So all of them has these 5 dimensions altogether, which we sum up as the orientation aspect.
Thank you, Babita. It was a wonderful presentation. Can we move to the next presenter, please?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Mrs. Sudeep.
Yes. I will share my screen.
Sir, I would like to request you to please wind up your presentation quickly, because we are running short of time.
Okay. Is it my screen visible?
So you may please directly come to the objectives.
Okay, just a second. Is it my screen visible? Hello, is it my screen visible? Please confirm.
Yes, please, yes.
Okay, I'm Sudeep Kumar. I'm here to present our work on testing coverage based non-homogeneous process software reliability growth with testing effort and change point. Just introduction. The main objective of our paper is to develop non-homogeneous Trojan process-based SRGM. The model developed is based on following assumption. SRGM is based on an NSPP, and for the testing coverage function, we have used three different probability distribution, mainly exponential, delayed step, and logistic function. When variable distribution is used as a testing coverage testing effort function, the rate at which fault is detected or removed can change at any point during the testing phase, and the testing coverage function in depending on the amount of testing effort spent during the testing. These are the notations. Based on following assumptions, we have developed a model and compare this model with the existing model in the literature without change point. The component equation 1 shows the basic model we have developed, and the second and third component is the rate of mean value function with respect to coverage function, and the equation third present that the coverage rate of change of coverage with respect to effort is supposed to be constant and say phi. And by using the above three equation and using initial condition, we get the general framework of our model in equation 4. For modulate our general model in three different, we have used three different coverage functions: exponential, delayed step, and logistic model. The change point at time in tau at the detection point and for detection rate before change point and after change point is constant and says B1 and B2, and variable testing for effort function is used for testing effort. And after solving our model, we get for three different coverage functions in table 2 as shown in figure table. For model validation and criteria of comparison, to analyze the performance of proposed SRGM with testing effort and coverage function, we use parameter estimation of proposed model on software testing data acquired from tandem computers. For the criteria of comparison, we use SPSS, and for goodness of fit matrix as you utilize mainly mean square error, coefficient of determination, predicted power, and predicted ratio risk. These are the estimated results of unknown functions of unknown variables of testing effort function. Estimation results of parameter of develop model 1, 2, and 3 without change point, model without change point or with change point. The goodness of fit curves given in figure 1 and 2 respectively, the models 1, 2, and 3 without change point and with change point, and the blue line shows that actual failure data and green line shows for or the estimated failure data. As we clearly see that in figure 1 as in figure 2 as compared to figure 1, the curve matches failure data, actual failure data accurate. And the goodness of fit criteria of developed models 1, 2, 3 are shown in table and 5 as clearly seen that the mean square error PR and the R-square values are increasing with respect to model in the literature without change point. Conclusion for above goodness fit curve and analysis, we clearly see that the model with change point is highly connected with our data. In future research, we may integrate multiple change point, optimal release time, and other environmental factors in our study. These are the references. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Sudeep.
Hello.
Thank you, Sudeep. It was a good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Aditya,
Yes, I'll share my screen.
sir, I request you to please start with your presentation.
Yeah. Good evening. So me and my teammates were present here to present our paper or a work on predicting the future trends for circular economy.
Since we are running short of time, so I request you to please move directly to the objectives.
Yes, so basically in our research, we collected data from OECD. So OECD has published a report in 2019, and in the report, they have identified a few important factors that are required for circular economy. And these are the important factors that guides the cities and regions within the framework on how to implement their circular economy plans. So we identified the factors, and then on the basis of those factors, we collected data for about 20 years of different countries. Most of the countries are present in the European region. And on on the data set, we then applied the use of heat map analysis to identify correlation between multiple factors. And then on these highly correlated factors, we then used a RIMA model to predict how the trend would be in future for the countries and which countries are performing and how are they performing and how are they going to perform in the future. I would request my author, like my teammate Noem, to continue ahead with the presentation. Noem, please.
Thank you, Aditya. So the models we used are heat maps and ARIMA model. So we used heat maps to find correlation between different factors that we got out of the OECD research paper, OECD report. And after we found correlation between these factors, we uh, narrowed down the factors to two critical factors, that is recycling rate of municipal waste and the municipal waste generation, which were highly correlated. So on these two factors, we applied a RIMA model. So a RIMA model comprises of three different parts, that is AR, I, and MA. AR stands for autoregression, I for integration, and MA for moving average. So in AR autoregressive model, we use the past observations of a time series to to predict future values. So AR autoregression has the following equation, which is as
Please,
YT is equal to,
Mr.
yes.
Neer, would you please go to your contribution so that we can wind up the session?
Yes, ma'am. So these are the results of ARIMA model. That is, we applied ARIMA model on 4 countries based on land area, that is, which has the largest land area, smallest land area, highest GDP, and lowest GDP. So as we can see, Bulgaria is having a downward trend, and in Germany also we have a downward trend in municipal waste generation. And in France, we can see it's a stable graph. And for recycling rate, we can see the graph is moving upwards. That is, the recycling rate is getting better and better.
Your
Now,
data is based on which source? From where you have taken the data?
ma'am, from OECD.
Okay,
OECD's
OECD.
yes.
Okay. Okay. So can you please tell me that did you find any outcome to minimize this municipal waste?
Ma'am, to ma'am, it is basically a research. So we were focusing more on giving the government or the organization certain factors on which they can work to incorporate circular economy into their
But
business
Mr. Mee,
or
don't you
policy.
think that whatever you have been described us, that was all based on the secondary data? Now,
Yes,
where
ma'am.
is your contribution?
Ma'am, we tried to collect our own personal data. We carried out a survey for these factors, but the outcome was not as we expected. So we had to go with the secondary data.
So, Mr. Mead, this is my suggestion
Yes,
that
ma'am.
whenever you are working either on primary data or secondary data, you should
Yes,
try to find out the solution. So you should actually work on how you can reduce the wastage, right? So if you
yes, ma'am.
work in that direction, it is a very important topic. And
Yes,
if
ma'am.
you work in that direction, your paper will be fantastic.
Okay, ma'am.
But still, good efforts. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to call upon Shiva. Shiva, are you there in the meeting?
Do we have Shiva? Shiva, Shiva, please present your video presentation. Shiva, are you presenting your presentation?
Shiva, are you there? Shiva?
एक मिनट, अब ऑडिबल हूँ मैं? हाँ जी, हाँ 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 बोलो.
I want to now extend my gratitude to the organizers of this conference, the keynote speakers, and all the participants who have taken the time to be here today. I encourage you all to engage in meaningful conversations and to challenge each other's ideas. Let us make the most of this opportunity and work towards a better future.